Ollie Holtkamp was halted on day 2 of proceedings at the Super Series. Just 6 points to his name. It looks like it's going to be a campaign in Group C for him. As for Steve Hine, well, he picked up some victories at the end of the day, missing match starts in his first three. He's going to be a dangerous contender going forward. Jimmy Van Schie, we've seen some good stuff from at times, looking to pick up on the consistency. As for Scott Taylor, he won 4 from 5 on Monday, but just 2 wins, sees him 2 points behind the co-leaders. Ted Evetts got off to a good start but was jolted towards the end. He's on 14 points and with a weak legs difference of just +1. For Sebastian Bialecki, who's top of the pie, he lost his first one but was then perfect from there on in, finishing on a high on 14 points and top of the pile. Good morning, welcome along to the live lounge in Portsmouth. Yeah, day 2 was most certainly dramatic, and it leads us to a day riddled with drama on the final day as far as Group A is concerned. 3 players in the race for the first place through to Saturday night's final here at the live lounge in Portsmouth, where Sebastian Bialecki leads the way going into proceedings, watching all the action yesterday in the commentary box. So joining me on stage this morning, it's a very good morning to Matthew Edgar. And Matt, it really was an intriguing day, wasn't it, yesterday? There's a lot of drama. Sebastian Bialecki lost his first game, but then won the 4 subsequent to that. And that's the reason why the pole's in pole position.
He started off slow, didn't he? He started off with a struggle, and I sort of feared a little bit for Bialecki, but he's done that both days so far, and he can't do that today. Today is the day. The last couple of days we've been jostling for position. Yes, he's top of the table, but it's only on leg difference. It's very, very tight at the top. He's got 2 very interested contenders, and this week is so good of a Group A, because normally when we look at the bottom end of the table, we go, well, they'll all pick up the victories there. I'm not so convinced. This is going to be a bumpy ride.
Are you convinced it's a 3-horse race as well?
Oh, absolutely. The players in the bottom half haven't really got a chance of winning this group. Mathematically, maybe. But in terms of doing so, they're going to have to go through the card, which means beating those top 3. And they are top 3. They are 3 big players this week at the top end of the table. 3 players with pedigree. 3 players with quality and class. So I do think it's down to those top 3 players, but that doesn't mean the players in the bottom 3 aren't going to be able to beat those, because this is going to be a day, once again, like we've seen on Monday and Tuesday, where everyone's beating everyone.
Well, let's have a look at the table then, following the first couple of days' play. Scott Taylor was a player who led after day 1's action. He now finds himself in 3rd. He won 4 out of 5 on the opening day, but just a couple of wins yesterday. Ted Evetts at one point looked like he was going to begin to run away with the group before losing his last couple of games. Let's begin by talking about Ted, because, as I say just there was a point in the day where it looked like he was potentially running away with the group. Then it wasn't just the defeats, was it, that may have been the concern? Was it the manner of defeats that could be for him?
Poor results, which is why he's lost that top position to leg difference. A 4-0 defeat and then a 4-1 defeat. Like I say, it looked like he was just running away with the group, but just sort of dropped his levels a little bit. That probably comes down to the fact of not being used to winning as much as maybe he was a few years ago when he's playing on the development tour and coming off the pro tour now. Maybe after this campaign, we'll see him in another campaign where he'll be able to just continue to drive that forward. But just a few little signs of frailties there. But I've seen him this morning. He's come in here, shoulders back, head held high. He's looking for 5 wins.
Be interested to see how that pans out. Well, let's have a look at the outright betting then for today. And, well, let's talk about Scott Taylor, because, look, he was the player at the top of it. We were so impressed, weren't we, by him on day 1. Had averages of 104, had averages of 107. How would you assess his day as a whole on Tuesday?
If you want to assess it in regards to the betting for this group, I think you're a brave man to take any of those 3, because it literally is a 3-horse race. But Scott Taylor, when he's got the bit between the teeth, when he's got that fire and that aggression, is a quality operator. We've seen him average over 100 many times. The one thing that we are starting to see come into his game, though, this week, which is a real good quality, is the ability to fight back when things aren't going well. If he can keep that going, he could be a contender in a very good price.
In terms of Steve Hine, look, he's probably not going to win the group, but what he could do on the basis of yesterday's play is stop somebody from winning the group.
not just yesterday's play. He played very well on Monday as well. Steve Hine's probably been one of the most unfortunate players we've had at the Super Series, because on other weeks he'd be top of the table with the averages that he's been posting in. He did race into leads yesterday, 2-0, 3-0, didn't get over the line, which would be the concern slightly, but he did start to get those wins at the back end of the day. This isn't a guy joint bottom of the table in regards to points, and this is a guy that can really upset those players at the top in terms of the standard he's shown here and the ceiling we know he's got.
Well, let's have a look at the bet builder then for today. This is an amalgamation of bets that you put on the exchanges, and we hand it over to you in a little accumulator. It pays just over 5-1 on this Wednesday morning. Match checker overnight 4.5. Evetts Taylor 5-6. Match handicap. So that's Ted Evetts to beat Steve Hine 4-2 or better at 4-5, and then Bialecki Taylor match checker overnight 4.5 at 5-6. You look like you got a little bit of a concern in your face over this one.
I wouldn't be surprised if all three of them lose. In terms of those sort of big checkouts, yes, we're getting some, but they're not coming very frequently. This is a group that's had a lot of power scoring, which means the high finishes aren't really being left on too often. So I'd be a little bit concerned over there. And Steve Hine's been playing some quality stuff this week. He was the second best average of anybody yesterday. So although the results haven't gone his way, he's still performing very highly. So I won't be taking a handicap on him at all.
18 plus, and it is begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the MODUS Super Series this morning. And we kickstart day 3 with Ted Evetts in action. Yes, Super Ted back in action. He's had a good couple of days here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, but he knows he's got a battle on his hands if he's going to end up winning Group A by the end of the season. Now, he takes on Jimmy Van Schie, very much a player on the up, made it through to the Dutch Open Pairs final at the weekend. He's won 3 ADC European qualifying tour events, so we're going to see a lot of him here in 2024. As far as Evetts is concerned, he's hoping this is a home for him this year, the Super Series, and he's hoping to have super success. And earlier on this morning, he caught up with a super Phil Bars.
Here we are, Ted. Final day of action of Group A. How would you sum up the first 2 days?
Definitely inconsistent, but not too bad. Sat joint top on points. Leg difference, terrible. The losses I've had, obviously 2 4-0s and a 4-1. Not ideal in a round-robin group stage format. But yeah, still some lovely stuff in there. So hopefully today make up for it and be a little bit more consistent with a better game.
Just judging on what you said there, I'm guessing you've had a good look at the table and dissected it overnight, knowing what you need to do today?
Win 5. Win 5, can't be stopped.
3-way battle, it looks like, between you, Scott, and Sebastian. Is that how you're looking at and you targeting those games against those two in particular?
Yeah, as such. I mean, Bialecki definitely need to beat. Obviously, gain some legs on him for 1, and 2, could take the 2-point lead against him. But saying that, I mean, 2 really poor games from myself over the 2 days in 2 losses. One against Jimmy, one against Ollie, which definitely have stumbled me. But saying that, 4 points clear would have been really, really nice going into today. But at the same time, they took the victories, so I just have to make up for it.
What would it mean if you could top Group A and book your place in Saturday night's final?
Yeah, it'll be a great start, great debut, I'd say, for myself down here. But, you know, as long as I get there, as long as I'm in Saturday, I'm happy.
Ted, wish you all the very best ahead of play, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So Ted Evetts is in action in our first game of the morning session. He takes on Jimmy Van Schie, who's had a bit of an up and down week here at the Super Series so far. I'll be hoping that Wednesday will help him out in terms of a campaign in Group C on Thursday and Friday respectively. Ted Evetts is hoping not to play any darts over the next couple of days, and that Group A victory will give him a couple of days off ahead of Saturday night's final. Well, let's get into commentary then for our first game of the morning session. Matthew Edgar has made his way up to the booth, and it's a very good morning to Phil Bars. Hi, Phil.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here on the final day of action in Group A. It looks as if it's a 3-horse race, and myself and Matthew Edgar will talk you through how it's going to go down. Matt, early morning, right now, who is the favourite to take that spot before a dart is thrown?
Well, according to the bookies, it's Sebastian Bialecki, but that is partly down to the fact that he's going in as the man at the top of the table, and partly due to the fact of the standard he has played for the last couple of days. But the man on your stage right now, Ted Evetts, if we're talking about ceilings, if we're talking about CVs, if we're talking about who's done the most in the game, out of the 6 players right now, you'd have to say Super Ted.
180!
First maximum of the morning goes the way of Jimmy Van Schie, and it's against the darts as well.
Ted has seen this, though, a million times before. He's not someone who's going to panic. He's not somebody who's going to worry about what's hit against him. We saw some big stuff hit against him so far this week with people popping in 11 or 12 darters, and he just stands there
59.
and rides the blows. He's seen this ever since he was a teenager, people throwing quality darts against him. Picked up a tour card at a very early age, has dropped off the tour a couple of times, but never actually stayed off it.
140.
Normally came off and went straight back on, either using the development tour system or Q School, whatever it may be. So uncharted waters really for Ted Evetts this year.
92. Ted Ricard 87.
Hoping to get some call-ups off that Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
It's going to 20 for the ball. Bullseye for first leg of the day.
48.
Not
Jimmy
there,
Ricard 170.
but would expect to be back unless we get an absolute stellar start to Wednesday morning, and that's not going to happen. So Ted Evetts will be back to tidy up the 39.
42. Ted Ricard 39.
It's going to be 2 darts at double 16. Is that awkward? He's had to move across to open the top of the bed up.
Game
And
shot
that
on the
is an
first leg. Ted
absolutely
Evetts.
exquisite dart, Matthew Edgar. The target was blocked. He's pitched it over the top for an early holder
Second
throw.
leg Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
When you first drop off the Pro Tour and you start playing against the players who are no longer of, or players who
16.
aren't of the sort of Pro Tour standard at the moment, you tend to feel like you get that extra visit or that extra shot at times, and that would be that sort of shot there for Ted when you'd look at the scoreboard and see Jimmy Van Schie back on 128. You'll
93.
feel like that's a bit of a stretch to take out a shot like that, where ideally you need either a bullseye finish or 2 trebles.
Yeah, going back to the
45.
Ted Evetts CV as well, and of course when he was on that PDC development tour, he was going head to head with Luke Humphries, Dimitri Vandenberg. It was a tough class when he was in it.
$180.
Mr. Hinks bellowing in the second max of this contest.
Well, if this is anything to go by, I hope he's got plenty of throat lozenges with him today, because he might need a few of those. 2 maximums
100.
already, and we're only in leg number 2.
You just get the feeling it's going to be a good day, don't you, when game 1 of 15 starts like this.
Well, Ted told you the plan. The plan was just to win 5 matches, and it doesn't matter about legs. It doesn't
134.
matter about legs won. It doesn't matter how it happens. Just win the matches, and, well, this is how you do it.
I thought it was interesting as well in that interview that he looked at the table overnight. He knew exactly his leg difference was down on the rest,
60.
and
Ted
he seems
Ricard
one that
94.
dissects everything. He's going to get 2 darts at tops for a 2-0 lead. Can he just bump off the barrel? The answer is yes, he can.
Game shot on the
Emphatic
second leg.
from
Ted
Evetts, and it is 2-0 to Super Ted, currently averaging in excess of 111.
Third leg Ted to throw first. Game on.
Statement being sent, Matt.
Well, he dissected the table. He's dissecting Jimmy Van Schie, I'm told,
51.
is how it's more pronounced here in the UK. Had some communication overnight from now an ex-dart player, winner of the World Masters back in, I think it was 2003.
28.
Tony West, the brother of Steve West, who won a week here not too long ago before going for his hip surgery. Heard it all went well, and he's now on the stage of recovery. But Tony West getting in contact,
60.
letting us know that it's actually Van Schie, and he's actually been doing a little bit of work with Van Schie, trying to offer him a little bit of mentorship.
99.
Also wants us to remind him that Tony West is the World Masters champion. Must be a bit of a running joke inside there. I know you do like to bring certain things up all the time. I'm one of them.
100.
Yeah, and just off of that, obviously, huge disappointment that Steve won't be able to join us at Champions Week, but wishing him a speedy recovery and he'll be back here
42.
very soon.
He'll be back in a Champions Week very soon as well, won't he, Steve West? Is quality operator. Looking forward to seeing him back here again.
It's just what he does. Speaking of what he does, Ted Evetts is just motoring on here.
180.
His second max, and the average is still around the 107 mark. You've obviously played here, Matt. When
100.
someone
Teddy
sends
Carr,
a
110.
bit of a message, does it get picked up in the practice room?
It does, and it doesn't. It depends more on the characters within the
54.
field, and I'm looking at the players that are in there. I think it'll be a 50-50 land. I think some of the players will be like, yeah, you did that, but you can't do that against me. And other people would be like,
140.
Oh, that was
Teddy
a-
Carr, 56.
one to take note of. It's all subjective.
It's going to be 2 darts at tops for a 3-0 lead.
Game shot on the third
Clinical
leg. Ted Evetts.
From Super Ted on the charge right now. He's going to go to the summit
Fourth leg, Jimmy to throw
outright
first. Game on.
with one more leg.
I think that's where it sort of started going wrong, really, for Ted Evetts yesterday on the doubles at the back end of the
100.
day. He only managed to hit one double of his 14 attempts in match number 4 and 5, which is why he lost that top position in the end to Bialecki. $140. We have had plenty of 100-plus averages already this week. We had 3 on Monday, 2 from Scott Taylor and 1 from Bialecki. 2 yesterday from Sebastian Bialecki. Ted Evetts looking very strong here in order of adding another 100-plus average. Someone please give Paul Hinks a throat lozenge.
Game number 1. We're only in leg 4. However, that is the 5th maximum of this contest.
60.
And Jimmy will feel a little bit hard done by here. He's played quite well, but he's just running to an absolute blistering performance here from Ted Evetts.
Well, I can throw a bit more light onto that, Phil. As well as Jimmy's played, he's not even had a dart at a finish yet.
65. Jimmy O'Carr, 161.
I mean, here's a go at a finish, but it's almost the Shane Burgess, Phil Taylor line, isn't it? Where you do get chances. 161, 167.
Yeah, you're feeding on
65.
crumbs.
Teddy Carr,
116 now for Evetts to win it with a ton topper.
You almost just feel expectant at the moment when Ted Evetts is setting. Oh, that's a little bit awkward.
Overpitched that dart. He's tried to go over the top and put too much on it.
44.
So is this
Jimmy O'Carr,
now
96.
Jimmy's moment? 96 for his first leg. It's going to be 2 darts at double 18. No one likes 9s, do they, Matt?
78. Teddy Carr, 72.
Certainly not now. 2 darts there for Jimmy to extend this fixture. But Ted Evetts been rock solid on the double in,
32.
but
Jimmy
misses
O'Carr,
a
18.
match dart. Well, we'll get to see if anyone likes 9s. I'm going to go straight for it. He appears to be going so.
Game
And
shot on
maybe
the
Jimmy
fourth
likes
leg.
double
Jimmy
9. Then we've got
Van
our answer. We often ask who likes double 9. Jimmy Van Schie.
Fifth leg, Ted to throw first.
But now
Game
Ted
on.
Evetts has the darts to seal the first victory of this Wednesday morning.
And
100.
this is what I mentioned about Ted Evetts before, where there's just that lack of concern to the situation. We'll just get on with it as if nothing's happened. That's that
57.
experience. That's that time on the Pro Tour. You don't have time to dwell.
85.
No lip reader, but I don't think he was particularly happy with dart 3 there.
Yeah, I think he said, "Core blimey, that weren't very good."
54.
Lucky enough, though, Jimmy Van Schie has lost his scoring boots in this one, so Ted Evetts still in complete control of leg number
48.
5 here. Look, this has to be 2 trebles, minimum. And that dart is pulled low, and you can see by his reaction,
98.
he knew that was a mistake.
Yeah, the shake of the head told you everything you need to know there, didn't it? He knew it had to be the 2 big trebles. He's just keeping his eye on the scoreboard.
38.
He's not going to like when he flicks back to the actual dartboard and sees Ted Evetts has left himself on a finish again after 12.
The 130 is one of those
85.
nice finishes as
Ted
well.
Ricard, 130.
So only 1 treble, single for a dart at the ball, 2 trebles for a dart at double 5. Is he going to get a dart at the ball in this visit? No, he's not, but it just sets it up now.
I don't think Ted would have
58.
gone at the bullseye in that situation. I think he'd have just gone to set up the double. He's a very sort of measured. He's not someone who does things in flashy ways. He's all about the win. And on a day like today,
42. Ted
you
Ricard,
don't want to be
72.
chasing around the board or getting brought into any unnecessary drama.
2 darts at double 12. First one's a flyer,
48.
and he can't adjust, but he will be back because Jimmy Van Schie has left a bogey number. So Evetts breathes again.
58. Ted Ricard, 24.
3 match darts have come and gone for Ted Evetts.
Game
But
shot
he
in the match,
needs
Ted
no
Evetts.
more. Ted Evetts, a clean, clinical, polished performance there to kickstart his day. He's told us exactly what he needs to do today. Just win 5 games. Then it doesn't matter about the legs. It doesn't matter about the other permutations. And he has kick-started his day with the perfect start. An average just shy of 95. He's trying to have a look at the monitors on his way off the stage. He is happy enough with that performance. A 4-1 victory over Jimmy Van Schie. Coming up next, it's another player in this race for the top place. Scott Taylor takes on Ollie Holtkamp.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Ted Evetts was imperious in that first game against Jimmy Van Schie. 4-1 victory, 94.81 average, 4 out of 10 on the finishing, and the average is around about 107 going into leg 4 of that match. So he moves on to 16 points, which makes this game, for that man on your screen there, Scott Taylor, oh so imperative. He quite simply needs to get a victory here against Ollie Holtkamp, who's had kind of an in-and-out week. We've seen some real good stuff from Ollie this week, but hasn't quite found it on the most consistent of scales. So what's going to happen in this one? Let's find out in the company of your commentary team. It's Matthew Edgar alongside Phil Bars.
And welcome back, everyone. We've seen one of the table toppers get off to a winning start. Here's another one in that chasing pack in Scott Taylor.
First leg,
He's
Scott to throw first.
2 points behind at the start of play, so this is an absolute must for him. The fact that Ted Evetts has widened that gap to 4 points.
80.
Do you know what? I love how the fixtures have started off today. When we're talking about the table now separated into a top 3 and a bottom 3, but the bottom 3 still with that quality and class to be able to completely
96.
disturb the top 3. It gives the top 3 that opportunity to have a test before they start playing against each other and having those head-to-heads. And the fact that they're all sort of one of the 3 against the bottom 3. And Steve Hine coming up next, I think could be a bit of a party pooper today.
39.
We've just had a bounce out there from Ollie Holtkamp. I did say yesterday one of the markets that the odd compiler should make up is
95.
the over and under 2.5 bounce outs for Ollie Holtkamp, and I think I'd always go over.
Yeah, completely. And it's something that I wanted to speak to you about. It's
58.
the angle of entry, because we saw a bit on social media yesterday about why was he getting so many. That a bit like Benito van der Pas back in the day. The dart's trying to enter the board at
30.
such a steep angle, it hasn't got enough power to penetrate.
Yeah, and with that, if he just holds onto the dart just a fraction long, it's just going to
95.
cause the problem even more so. He needs the dart to travel through the air with as much of an arc as possible, which means if in central, that he actually releases a little bit
140.
earlier. But anytime he just holds onto the dart, anytime he tries to be a bit deliberate, it just goes steeper, and at some points he's almost hitting the board
59.
side on.
Scott Ducar 75. Game shot on the first leg. Scott Taylor.
And it is a holder throw for Scott Taylor in
Second
leg
leg already
one.
through first. Game on.
Just looking at the pluses for Scott Taylor, even though he's behind on points, that leg difference is healthy. So you'll be
60.
thinking, if I can beat Bialecki and Evetts, I'm then in pole position.
58.
I don't think anything's going to be simple today, is it? Because then you think I'm in pole position, I've got that, but then we've seen Jimmy Van Schie posting averages in the mid-90s. We've seen Steve Hine yesterday leave the stage with a 98.56.
131.
I mean, Steve Hine could have won all his games yesterday, realistically.
He had chances in them all.
60.
Nothing will look settled, I think, today. Nothing's going to look
39.
complete. I think soon as you get to a point where you go, there we go, we've got a new favourite, this guy's going to kick on and win this, it'll all go wrong again. It's going to be a very intriguing Group
93.
A. I think that's going to be one with quite a low points tally. I don't think this is one that's going to be going 24 points like we've had in the past.
No,
58.
here at the Super Series, we've always kind of thought the benchmark for Group A was kind of 22 to 24 points, and if you didn't win it with that, then it would take something
140.
extraordinary to stop you. But I completely agree. Looking at this table, 20 points may be enough to win this.
20 points and legs. Legs could come into
140.
play today.
Scott
It could
Ducar,
be crucial.
150.
So it's not just getting the wins, it's how you get those wins as well.
71. Ollie Ducar 73.
But a chance here for Ollie Holtkamp. Tops for a level
Game shot on
game.
the second leg. Ollie Holtkamp.
And that should settle him down a little bit. There just seemed to be a few nerves in the first couple of legs, and a nice crisp finish
Third leg
like
structure
that
through first. Game on.
will do wonders for confidence.
$98.
We do look at the legs won column, or the legs difference
100.
column. Scott Taylor did come into this fixture with the best leg difference, +9 over his
134.
first 2 days' worth of fixtures, winning 6 of his 10 matches. Sebastian Bialecki on +8. That's how tight it is. And now Ted Evetts on top on
100.
points after the opening game victory 4-1 over Jimmy Van Schie.
102.
We look through the card today and you look at where those key games are going to come from. I think the first one that really stands out is game number 5, Sebastian Bialecki against Ted Evetts.
96. Scott the car 167.
Absolutely, because if Ted wins that, then he has got a comfortable gap, and having beaten one of his title rivals as well.
127.
But I think the game that could decide the day could be game number 10, Bialecki and Scott Taylor. I think that could be a crucial one. It is so much speculation today, and like we said with Henry at the
86.
top of the show,
Scott the car 40.
the top of the board.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well,
Scott Taylor.
Scott Taylor at the top of the show. The odds came up. We had 3 possible runners and riders, and I think you'd be brave to
Fourth leg
take
Ollie
any of
through
them. I think
first.
with that
Game
in
on.
mind, you just take the one that's the biggest price.
And you touched on that game in particular. What a game that was yesterday
58.
between Taylor and Bialecki.
$137.
It was our last
79.
game of the day. 4-3 victory for Sebastian Bialecki. It was a game that looked like he was going to cruise to victory, didn't it? He went 3-0 up, and that was the kind of theme of yesterday as well, wasn't it? Players racing into leads and
137.
being pegged back.
Yeah, and it was an interesting point that you made with Henry at the top of the show, that we all know that Scott Taylor has that flamboyance
137.
to his game, but the grit he's shown when he's been behind in the first 2 days of this Group A has been quite refreshing, and something we haven't seen from him,
137.
because when he was at the PDC and even here in his early days, there'd be a lot of head shaking and it didn't quite know how to battle, but that's something that seems to have added to his game.
Yeah, it's what he's been missing.
60. Scott
It is
the car 90.
absolutely the last tool he needs in his toolbox.
50.
And there's a
Oliver
lot of
Carr,
material there, isn't there? There's a
167.
dart in the way. There's lots of extra wire. The risk of the bounce out was certainly increased.
Yeah, in around that ball segment, the most metal on the board.
58. Scott the car 40.
But now his beloved tops. 10s.
30.
And that's a mile
Oliver
off.
Carr 109.
Normally his strong point. Tops and 10s.
Oh, that was in. It was in. It was in. It wobbled around. It didn't stay in the board. Soft tip
34.
darts, that would have counted.
Scott the car
When
10.
it's steel tip, the dart has to be retrieved for it to count. And that over 2.5 bounce outs is looking good.
Now double 2. Rescues the
Game shot on
situation.
the fourth leg.
Scott Taylor, it is a 3-1 lead, and that leg was made difficult in the end. It shouldn't have been
Fifth
that
leg
close.
stopped
He
to throw first.
absolutely annihilated Ollie Holtkamp in the scoring phase, but doubling let him down, but in the end falls over the line in that leg.
100.
But again, going back to that dart on the floor, it goes back
45.
to the technique. The dart didn't have the power to penetrate the sisal.
I'm just watching him now. He's a very frustrated character now. He's approaching the
100.
Oki very quickly. He's literally right up the back of Scott Taylor. He's throwing him a little bit quicker. He's had enough. He's had enough. He's getting frustrated.
119.
And as a player, it's so hard when you see that it was clearly in the target.
125.
Sometimes, I mean, every player always, oh, that was in. But it was so clearly in, wasn't it? It was so evidently.
52.
That was like your new change of pace that we saw when you played, throwing like Ricky Evans.
Oh, this is a more drastic change of pace. He's
60.
literally right up to the Oki before Scott Taylor's even moved. The head is a bit mushy at the moment. He's had enough.
85. Scott the car 116.
419s. Leaves tops. Can he find a treble? Yes, he can.
Game shot.
And there it is. It's a ton topper for Scott Taylor, who gets his final day off with a 4-1 win over Ollie Holtkamp. He cuts the gap again at the top to Ted Evetts. Two of the leaders have played and they have both secured points. There we are, 90.97 average for Taylor. And up next is the turn of Sebastian Bialecki. Can he add 2 points to his tally and join the other two as he takes on Steve Hine?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where statements of intent are being laid out on the final day of Group A. Before the break, Scott Taylor got the better of Ollie Holtkamp by 4-1, sealing the match with a 116 checker. That moves him on to 14 points. Now, the man who began the day at the top of the table was Sebastian Bialecki, but beware the slow start factor, because he has got out the traps slowly on the first 2 days of action in Group A, and he takes on Steve Hine, a man who Matt Edgar believes could be a real spoiler in this group throughout the duration of the day. He's played some good stuff, but hasn't quite got the results they so harboured. Just 6 points to his tally going into the final day's play in Group A. So can Bialecki keep the pressure on Evetts and move on to 16 points? Let's find out in the company of Matthew Edgar alongside Phil Bars.
Welcome back,
First leg, Steve,
everyone,
you
and
throw
here we
first.
go. We've had 2 of the
Game
Group
on.
A contenders add to their tally. Now it's the turn of Bolt Sebastian Bialecki, but he doesn't have the darts here against the dangerous
45.
Steve Hine.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
I've come across him a few times. We can say hello. Look, he's not one. I think I've interviewed him once.
140.
I've told many of stories, and I'll tell many more stories about this man throughout the day. I've got years and years of stories on
123.
Steve. Some I can say, some I can't.
Summer for the red button, yeah.
Yeah, some are for after the watershed. And some I can't say because I know
96.
his partner Irene will be watching as well. She'll
135.
tell me off.
Sebastian 19's route will leave the big fish.
95.
One thing I've noticed about Sebastian, his mathematical brain is so good, it's incredible.
100.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of the things we've seen a lot with the younger European players, the use of the board and the board management. But this is a finish he's already took out this week. He took it out on day 1 to win his fixture. And what a
Game
way
shot
to
on the
start
first
the
leg.
day for Sebastian Bialecki. Steve Hine, just a little nod of appreciation at the back of the stage. But he must be feeling that this is just happening to him all over again. He's had 2 days of this, where he's been playing decent darts and just having everything hit against him. But that is why Bialecki started today top of the table.
58.
It's almost becoming a signature shot.
140.
But again, we go back to the mechanics of someone's throw that Sebastian's is Rolls Royce. So smooth.
180.
You look at throws and you can go, something could go wrong with that, or something could go wrong with that. I don't see anything that could go wrong with
100.
Sebastian's.
3 of his 10 games so far this week, he's posted over 100 average. But the game that's been the problem for him is fixture number 1. Lost both of those 4-2
58.
yesterday. Lost it 4-2 to Ollie Holtkamp, a game you would have expected to have won.
57.
And on Monday, he lost it 4-2 to Scott Taylor.
And outside of his title contenders, this would have been the hardest one he could have had as
100.
well in Steve Hine.
Absolutely. I think Steve's sort of gone under the radar a little bit, mostly due to the fact of the amount of wins that he's converted. But yesterday, when you look at all the
26.
running averages of the
Sebastian
players, Steve
Ricard,
Hine was the
105.
second best running average of any of the players.
It's going to be a double 16 for 2-0.
73.
Doesn't go, but he will be back. The 26 from Hine last time out was a mistake. He's just struggling to find his range at the moment.
44. Sebastian Ricard, 32. Game shot on the second leg.
Ice
Sebastian
cold
Bialecki.
from Bialecki. He'd be a great poker player, wouldn't he? There's hardly any emotion.
Third leg, Steve to
Not
throw
a
first.
flicker from
Game
him.
on.
Yeah, I think I've known of Sebastian Bialecki for 4 years now, and I
59.
don't think I've ever seen him once smile.
We hit the 9 here. Him and Anton Hurst, and then a nice embrace.
$39.
Strange, isn't it? Because he didn't play in the PDC World Cup last year, but arguably
125.
it probably would have made the Polish side better if he had.
That was a good Polish side as well. Didn't they break the pairs record?
They did, yeah.
Good signs, though, for Polish darts, because
137.
cast your mind back not too long ago, and it was Krzysztof Ratajski and insert another player here Now we've got the World Series of Darts going to Poland. They had that record sellout. And plenty of options of players over there now.
Yeah, you've got Titus Kanik, Krzysztof Kachuk. There's loads in and around. Radek Sadansky,
45.
Sebastian Bialecki.
Radak Skagansky, yes, what a player he was and
137.
is. You know, if he would have kept his tour card last year, we'd be talking about him in a World Match Playing, World Grand Prix position.
Yeah, I don't like the way that rule is done.
78, Steve Ducar, 40.
Dive into that for hours on end again.
That would be another classic sit down we'd have to have.
Game shot on the third leg, Steve Hine.
Steve Hine on his favourite double top. Mentioned the other day how me and Steve used to
Fourth
play
leg,
these
Sebastian
various
to throw
practice
first, game
games,
on.
and what we'd do, we'd bull up to see who gets to pick the game, and then we'd take it in turns of alternating who picks the game. And Steve would always pick a combination of tops. First to
85.
10 tops, first to 20 tops. There was once he took the right Michael. And because I'm not much
One
of
out
a
of them,
tops man
40.
and he loves tops, he went first to 30 tops. It's like you're not even edging your bets there, are you, Steve? Just I'm going to throw out tops now for the next hour.
1 out of them, 40.
It's a great response from Bialecki.
95.
2 treble visit gets him down to a finish. And that first dart is sat absolutely perfect. He's just drifted off.
94.
He'd be disappointed after dart 1 there.
$59.
But gets away with it. Trebleless from Hine. Bialecki in control. And is going to leave something very good.
130.
52 after 12. How much pressure will this be under?
100. Sebastian Ducar, 52.
Enough. But Bialecki looking at 52 for a 3-1 lead. 22 darts at double 16. Can he just move off with the barrel?
20. Steve Ducar,
Missed opportunity.
107.
And here is a big opportunity for Steve Hine. He will get a dart at the double.
71.
It was a
Sebastian
fine
Ducar,
effort there for
32.
Steve Hine, but unable to level us up. That would have gave him the advantage to throw back as well.
Is that too close?
Game shot
No
on the
is the
fourth leg,
answer.
Sebastian Bialecki.
Sometimes it doesn't give you much room to manoeuvre when it hugs the wire, but not with Bialecki.
Fifth leg, Steve to
Hine
throw
had the
first,
opportunity to break back, couldn't take it. And now Sebastian is a leg away from saying, as you
45.
were at the top of the table. When it is so close in this table, Matt,
100.
and the other two have won, and then Sebastian adds his name to that, does it change the dynamic?
No, it just
100.
means there's less wiggle room and less time. But it could pretty much be all the same after lap number 1.
$100.
I remember doing a bit of travelling with Steve, and every time I get to those sort of customs check-ins, I always smile because of a story that happened with Steve when
100.
we went over to Canada and was getting a connecting flight through Chicago. And we landed in Chicago, and we've gone up to the customs desk, and they ask you what you're coming for, and Steve turns around and goes, "I'm here for darts." And the guy behind the counter,
135.
very startled and surprised, sits back in his chair. He's like, "Huh, you dance?" He's like, "No, darts." He thought Steve was a
123.
dancer.
I'm sure he's very nimble on his feet.
I've seen Steve dance. It wasn't a pretty sight, but he did get £2 for it, though.
134. Steve Ducar, 133.
The pressure on this 1-3-3, and it's not going to go. So Bialecki will come back.
59. Sebastian Ducar, 32.
3 match darts in hand, and for the first time this week to win his opening game of the day.
Game shot on the mat,
And
Sebastian
it only
Bialecki.
takes one. Sebastian Bialecki as a 4-1 victor over Steve Hine. He joins at the top of the table with Ted Evetts again. The top three came in with pressure on their shoulders and they've all answered the questions. 97-3-1 for Bialecki, and he says, over to you guys, and up next we're going to see Jimmy Van Schie against Scott Taylor.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for this, the MODUS Super Series. And before the break, Sebastian Bialecki, the latest of the top three, to make a statement. He hit a 170 checkout in the first leg of the match. His second big fish of the week. He averaged 97.31 in a 4-1 success against Steve Hine. So each of the top three have all won 4-1 in their opening games of the day. Scott Taylor next out to bat. He's on 14 points, 2 behind Bialecki and Evetts at the top of the pile. He takes on Van Schie in his second match of the day, and win here is of the utmost importance because Bialecki and Evetts go toe-to-toe in match number 5. Let's get into this one then. In commentary for this is Phil Bars and Matthew Edgar.
First round of fixtures is in the ledger, and there's no change at the top of the table.
60.
But for the first time, Scott Taylor gets the opportunity to draw level with the guys at the top and apply some pressure that way. In the first round of fixtures, it was Ted Evetts that set off first, but everyone responded. Now can Taylor apply some pressure on Evetts and Bialecki?
$100.
If scoreboard pressure does exist, it's only in this environment. Very rarely do we get these sort of round robin environments in darts, just the Grand Slam of darts and your ADC vaults, which is the system that has been used by Jimmy Van Schie to get himself here at the Super Series. He's won 4 tickets to the Super Series, so someone we're going to see quite a lot throughout the year. And I think he's going to be one of those players that really develop and grow throughout the year
60.
as well. He went to Romania with just a hope of playing on a stage,
180.
try and get that feeling and that environment. He ended up winning the tournament.
Yeah, and I completely agree there. I'm looking forward to seeing more of Jimmy
56.
because
Scott Leclerc,
there's
83.
certainly a player in there. We've seen flashes of brilliance from him. The 150 finish stands out. So the more we see him on these big
43.
environments, I think he'll grow as a player.
As long as you mean as a
Scott
player and
Leclerc,
not a
40.
person, I think he's grown enough.
Getting shot on the first leg. Scott Taylor.
Scott Taylor finds a break of throw in the opening
Second leg.
leg.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
Again, Taylor just looks cool, calm and collected right now. I've had this conversation a few times, Matt, that
58.
we all know that players go to Q School with a certain amount of pressure on their shoulders, but I think Scott Taylor's in that camp that once he gets a card, it's going to be hard to get it off of him. And I put Pilgrim in that bracket as well, that Q School, there's maybe too much pressure on them, but once they can get that card,
100.
I don't see them having to go back to Q School.
I think for Scott Taylor, someone who's already had a card as well in Scott Taylor, I think the biggest issue I've always seen within his game is
180.
he's easy to beat. Because once you get on top of him, he's never had that fight back ability where
135.
he's really demonstrating that. It's something that has been missing and lacking within his game to succeed at the top level. But he's demonstrating that here this week. So maybe the thing that's missing
60.
in Scott Taylor's game is going to develop and grow throughout this year and this campaign. And maybe next year is the year we see him go and get that tour card
Jimmy
back.
Carr, 136.
The 180, perfectly timed, but will he get a go? Another one of them would have left 88.
87.
Thumbs
Scott
up,
Leclerc,
Andrew Gilding.
28.
It wasn't because he was happy with the dart. But he will get the
21.
chance to put it right. 3
Jimmy
missed
Carr,
darts there from
49.
Scott Taylor.
And I didn't see that coming. Is Taylor going to get punished? Yes, is the answer.
Jimmy Banshee.
Now this is that moment where I'm talking about what Scott Taylor's really developed within his game.
Third leg,
Missed
Jimmy
the
to third
opportunity
first.
there to go
Game
2-0 up. Ended up getting punished for the miss. Jimmy Van Schie breaks the throw. And he opens up the leg with the darts quite strongly here.
140.
And with the pass, Scott Taylor would have been approaching the hockey, shaking his head. Instead, just focused, piercing the
140.
eyes through the dartboard. Delivers a product.
Yeah, the evolution
128.
of Scott Taylor's game is great to see.
We all get frustrated when we're up on
125.
the stage or we're playing. We all want that perfect game. We all want to be averaging 100. We all want to win with minimal fuss. But I've never seen a player really get on their own back
97.
and ever have a positive reaction. I think if I had to, I'd say potentially and on occasion Robert Thornton,
48. Jimmy Carr,
Gerwin
136.
Price, and that's probably about all I can think of who's ever found any positivity in beating themselves up.
Yeah, it's a very
60.
rare and unique quality that in your game.
$140. Jimmy Carr, 76.
But Jimmy Van Schie looking at 76 for a 2-1 lead. He's going to get 2 at 88.
Getting shot
Only
on the
needs
third
the
leg,
one.
Jimmy Banshee.
And this has been a good response from Van Schie
Fourth
after
leg
losing the
Scots is
opening leg.
first. Game on.
He's playing solid as well here, which will pique the interest of
140.
Bialecki and Ted Evetts, who are going in a head-to-head clash in our next fixture, our first top-of-the-table clash of the day. But once
93.
again there, Scott Taylor, rather than shaking the head, just rolls the socks up. Big inhale of breath, a snarl across
100.
the face, and he's up for battle. Interesting he's staying there. That first start just looked a little bit wobbly
100.
for me.
Yeah, the way it entered the board and then just flattened out.
140.
But Taylor down to 1-2-1 after 9. Looking to make this one
92. Scott
a level game.
21.
I don't mind that
65.
route when your opponent's not on a finish. I'm not a fan of players that do it when they are.
55. Scott Car 56. $36. Jimmy O'Carr
Another couple of
161.
missed opportunities there for Scott Taylor. Big ask here from Jimmy Van Schie, but he is a big man. But he doesn't have the big answer on this occasion. Scott Taylor
65.
needs to
Scott
start
O'Carr
finding something
20.
positive on the outer ring. Just 1 from 6 so far.
10.
And he'll start
Jimmy
telling
O'Carr
himself that
96.
story. He'll start going, well, my scoring's been okay, but I start missing my doubles. You break the game up into 2, and then it just becomes so much more complicated.
Is he going to get another go? He is.
56. Scott O'Carr
So Taylor will be back, and this time it has to go.
Game shot on the fourth
And this time
leg.
it
Scott
does.
Taylor.
Finds the double 5. And that's the first sign of frustration we've seen in the Scott Taylor
This leg,
game
Jimmy
today.
declared first. Game on.
He wanted to give that a full-on Colin Lloyd there, didn't he? Was it Andre Velga that game was against, I believe?
Yeah.
57.
No dartboards were harmed in the making of this game.
Colin Lloyd's hand, on the other hand, though, that had a few little cuts on it, didn't it?
$81.
It's a perfect first dart.
140.
He'd be disappointed.
I did say at the start of the day, I do feel like it's not just going to be a battle of the players at the top
57.
3. I think the players in the bottom 3 are going to have quite a say in the direction of this group and the timing of where those wins would come. And at the moment, on the balance of play and
58.
the fact he's got the darts here, Jimmy Van Schie will be starting to become favourite here for this fixture. Unless Scott Taylor can hit something big and quick.
85.
Yeah, Van Schie will just be thinking, hold throw, and I'm there.
$45.
Does that just open the door slightly?
41.
No. Because Taylor cannot punish. So now, Jimmy Van Schie has minimum 6 darts to get rid of 201.
60.
They was well thrown. There was good darts there from Jimmy. And sometimes it can be so frustrating. The width of a wire. Difference between
57.
a big score
Jimmy
and
O'Carr,
coming away with 60.
141.
But he's been let off again here. He's now got 6 darts at this. So essentially this is just a freebie setup shot.
Again, he's making a bit of a mess of this as well. Can he rescue it?
57.
Not really, Matt. He may only get a dart at the ball.
100. Jimmy O'Carr 84.
He's thrown 18 darts here already, Jimmy Van Schie. And he may only be getting a dart at the ball.
Game shot on the first
Only
leg.
needs a
Jimmy
dart at the
Van
ball,
Schie.
and that will hurt, because I'm sure Scott Taylor would have been sat behind him thinking, I'm coming back here.
6 leg Scotty through first. Game on.
Certainly when the first dart would have gone in the big 16, but Scott Taylor, not someone who traditionally watches too much. He does mix it up from time to time.
57.
He'll have a look on occasion, but the Scott Taylor game is just completely dried up in regards to the trebles.
Yeah, and he's only 2 from
57.
10 on the outer ring as well.
$96.
However, if he can hold here, and he'll just dogfight it
60.
in the last.
$140.
Be thinking 3-all. I'll hold my nerve.
140.
Jimmy Van Schie sat 4th place in the table on 8 points. Has
180.
still kind of got a outsider's chance of a Group B place if he is to get a victory over Scott Taylor, because it will put him just 4 points behind.
60. Scott the car 28.
But that was a beautifully timed maximum there for
Game shot on the
Scott
6th
Taylor.
leg. Scott Taylor.
his 3rd of the game and his 3rd leg of the game. We go all the way. But Jimmy Van Schie will have the advantage.
7th and final leg.
Throwing
Jimmy to throw
first.
first. Game on.
All to play for. A lot riding on this for both of the players.
I'm expecting something big here from Scott Taylor.
81. $38.
They were aggressive, weren't they?
Yeah.
Just one treble a visit here for Jimmy Van Schie.
92.
All he needs. Gets it with the last dart. Just when Scott Taylor would have been hoping or expecting an opportunity to get back into this. But Jimmy Van Schie,
57.
big favourite now. If he can just find a treble with each visit, there will be nothing that Scott Taylor can do. Unless he starts filling it up and be
96.
absolutely perfect from this point.
Yeah, this has to be a max. Nothing else gets him back in.
140.
And because of the first 2 visits, the 140 wasn't enough. Doesn't apply pressure.
Well, he's still behind on the scoreboard and he's still behind the darts as well.
44.
But has that one opened the door? Needs to find a treble 19 and
58.
can't.
He was in a position, Jimmy, where he can make 2 mistakes. He's made 1. He can't afford any more. Needs to find a red.
$94.
Massive last dart for Jimmy Van Schie. But this is what Taylor does. He applies pressure.
100. Jimmy O'Carr 94.
So, 94 for another twist in the title race. And he's not going to get an opportunity.
45.
So Scott Taylor,
Scott O'Carr 108.
108, is going to get a dart at tops. And that
Game
is a
showing him out,
huge
Scott
win
Taylor.
for Scott Taylor. He doesn't give much away on the hockey, but we saw there from that huge bit of emotion from him. There he puffs the cheeks out and says, wow, the title race has taken another twist. Scott Taylor has gone level at the top for the first time, and he puts the pressure back on Sebastian Bialecki and Ted Evetts, who face off next in a mouth-watering clash.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where you can buy many things in life, but one thing you can't buy is a bitter bottle. Scott Taylor, a 108 checkout in the last leg to beat Jimmy Van Schie by 4 legs to 3. That moves him on to 16 points ahead of this battle between Sebastian Bialecki and Ted Evetts. The pair find themselves on 16, and the victor will move top of the pile, outright leader, and the man to beat on 18 points. Big game, big commentary team, Phil Bars and Matthew Edgar.
And here we go. The first heavyweight clash on this final day of Group A. One of them will go outright top.
First leg, Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Well, Sebastian Bialecki, up until yesterday, had
45.
never beaten Ted Evetts in a recorded game of darts anywhere on planet Earth. Till yesterday. Yesterday, game number 12, around 12:45 here in the UK.
100.
Sebastian Bialecki recorded his first ever win against Super Ted, and he did it in super style. A 4-0 victory for Bialecki.
59.
And that is why Ted Evetts was so aware at the start of the day of how his leg difference was completely obliterated and how he'd be in a situation where he'd have to win all
57.
5 matches if he wants to keep it completely in his own hands.
$96.
Here we go then. Leg 1. Bialecki has the darts. But
96.
Evetts has kind of stolen a march here a little bit. But a max would change all that.
140.
Still gets Bialecki down to a finish.
$140. Sebastian McCall, 161.
See a little fist pump there from Evetts. He knows how big that 140 could be, but he may not get a go if Bialecki has come out of the treble 3.
120. Ted McCall, 108.
So 108 for an early breaker throw for Super Ted. Is going to get a dart. A double 16.
Game
And
shot
that
the
is
first
huge, and
leg.
he knows
Ted
it as
Evetts.
well.
Second leg, Ted to throw first. Game on.
Doesn't give much away, Matt, but that was 2 fist pumps we saw in the same leg. He knows the importance of this contest.
We saw that from him yesterday as well. Just goes to show like what this means to Ted Evetts and how
134.
important the Super Series is going to be to him rediscovering form as well. I did say on Monday that I did feel it was
96.
like watching Josh Payne of 2022, seeing Ted Evetts here at the Super Series and the journey that he's going to go on throughout the year.
42.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where we've all seen his record in the development tour, but needs to translate that into the full game.
140.
A record on the development tour as well. When you look at the players he was on that development tour with. Players like the
140.
world match play champion Dimitri Vandenberg, the champion of most things right now, Luke Humphries.
Yeah, it was a tough gig back then.
95.
So to win that many is testament, and Bialecki's left it again. It is becoming the signature shot for Sebastian Bialecki.
99. Sebastian Car 170.
He couldn't, could he? Another. Bullseye. Oh, not this time.
136. Teddy Car 86.
A bit of reaction from Bialecki for the first time in 4 years.
Little smirk as he misses. Can Evetts rescue the situation on double seven?
On the second leg.
He can. That is 2 clutch finishes from Super Ted when it matters.
I mean, we
Good
talk
luck,
about the
Sebastian,
development
to
tour, and you
first.
say it was
Game
a
on.
tough school when Ted Evetts was on the tour. It's a tough school now. Sebastian Bialecki finished 5th on that tour. Just turned out to be 1 place away from getting a tour card automatically. But when you look at the players on that tour, Gian van Veen winning the overall order of merit. Luke Littler was the runner-up. Nathan Rafferty, Rusty Jake Rodriguez, tour card holder in Dylan Slevin, Bradley Brooks, who's
60.
coming here into a Group C campaign. You'll see him tomorrow. He finished in 8th position. Jared Cole, a regular here at the Super Series. Keen Barry,
85.
PDC tour card holder now for quite some years, had a big run at the UK Open. Actually in 21st position on that order of merit. Reece Colley, 27th, our weekly winner of last week. Leighton Bennett,
100.
28th. He's now a PDC tour card holder as well. So littered with talent and quality on that development tour for players aged
100.
16 to 23.
One hundred and 80. $137.
Brilliant from Bialecki. Replies to the Evetts Max to leave tops. And the 161 isn't going to go, so Bialecki will be back to cut that gap to just 1.
39. Sebastian Car 40. Getting shot on the third
Clinical
leg.
from
Sebastian
Bialecki. He's been sat on a double both times, and Evetts has found something, but this time
Fourth leg, Ted to throw
Evetts couldn't,
first.
so
Game on.
Bialecki holds and back within 1.
To put a bit of context on this performance of Sebastian Bialecki, he's averaging 107.10 and losing, despite the fact he's thrown
76.
first in the match.
Yeah, Evetts has done the right things at the right times. I'm sure some famous Dutchman said that
96.
once.
$96.
2 treble visit here from Bialecki would make this interesting. And Max spins it on its head.
180.
And Bialecki is threatening a break back as the average goes over the 111 mark.
He has cashed in on 300 plus averages so far this week. The
99.
best recorded average we can find of Sebastian Bialecki is 105.47. He's had that under threat at many points this week as well. He's somebody who certainly cares about the averages, as does his opponent here, Ted Evetts. We see them loitering around at the back of the stage at the end of a game, waiting for their stats to come on the screen so that they can have a look at the averages and judge their performance accordingly.
60. Sebastian Car 91.
Yeah, I think Bialecki's best recorded average goes this week.
66.
Could go in
Technical
this game.
170.
I'd have been tempted then just to plonk one in 18 and say to Ted, you can't take this out.
Oh, absolutely. Especially after moving across, he could have given it the full David pallet.
Still one of the best things ever seen on
56.
TV
Sebastian
darts.
Car 25.
Convinced everyone he was going for it. Is that awkward?
Game shot on the fourth.
No.
Sebastian Bialecki.
It's brilliant from Bolt. Sebastian Bialecki is back level in this huge
Just like
clash
Sebastian
at the
to
top of the
first. Game
table.
on.
We saw some fist pumps from Evetts earlier, and there we saw a perplexed look from him.
In case you are just sat at home now going, what on earth are they on about with David Pallet?
140.
David Pallet left to 170, hit the two treble 20s, turned round to the crowd, he bigged it up, went back to the board, hit the big 18. Do you know what would make that story even funny if he just pulled in at the treble?
93.
Imagine busting the 170 in those circumstances. It'd be like the double bluff.
It was the way he convinced everyone he was going for it.
$30.
Is that a mistake? Will it be punished? Not at the moment. He needs a treble last start here.
58.
He can't find one, so Bialecki's been let off.
$95.
It's an old debate here at the Super Series. Win Group A and go straight through. You get 2 days off. Is that a good or a bad thing, Matt?
Again, very subjective.
60.
And we've seen it work for some, we see it work for a negative for others. I think a lot of it comes down to how you spend those days. I certainly thought it'd work out well for me when I won a Group A. I thought, this is lovely, this 2 days off.
140.
And I just spent the whole time playing Football Manager, and I ended up coming back and losing 4-0, 4-1, and I was back up the motorway quicker than I'd started.
$60. Sebastian Car
So
96.
96 for 3 on the spin for Bialecki. Just tee up tops.
56.
It's interesting as well. Ted Evetts, 10 points, has disappeared off his average in the last couple of legs. Really lost his way on the scoring phase.
140. Sebastian Car 40.
Might lose his way in the leg stage as well. He was 2-0 up in this game.
Game shot on the
He's now
fifth leg.
3-2 down.
Sebastian Bialecki.
A good turnaround here for Sebastian Bialecki.
6 leg Ted
And
to through
again,
first.
it's his
Game on.
temperament that is shining out right now. At 2-0 down, many players would panic, being the importance of this contest, but he just gets on with it.
136.
Well, there's two trains of thought, really, especially because he was throwing 107 average at the point of being 2-0 down. You either go, I need to find more, or you
97.
trust in the process and say, I'm doing the right things, I'm playing a good game, so eventually opportunities are going to present themselves, which normally comes with experience, and that is something that Bialecki's got. Despite being 20 years
60.
old, he's got an awful lot of experience now in terms of the stages and arenas that he's played in. He's played in all the big arenas pretty much already at the age of 20.
140.
He's down to 264 after just 6. But this is superb from Evetts.
126.
But now Bialecki, a ton gets him to a finish.
100.
Down to 164. How handy and what pressure can Evetts put on this? Needs a treble.
59.
Can't
Sebastian
find
Cow,
one.
164.
Bialecki's going to fancy his chances here. Opportunities presenting themselves. Ted Evetts was 2-0 up here in this fixture. And he's now in a position where he's going to
140.
have to take out a 120.
120.
He has been hitting a couple of big finishes throughout his campaign here at the Super Series, but this one is more of a need than a want, and it's not going to go. He rolls his eyes into his head like the Undertaker, and the streak may be over.
80.
Bialecki is
Sebastian
going to get
Cow,
the chance
24.
to go top. Double 12. That's a long way inside. One more. He's missed 2 already. He's missed 3.
12.
It's not in, Sebastian.
Cow, 40.
Well, this is a chance I think Ted Evetts probably didn't expect to have.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
He's won.
Ted Evetts.
He is up to the challenge, and he ends up taking us all the way. We'll need to find a breaker throw in the last
7th
leg,
final
but how
leg,
can
Sebastian
Sebastian
to throw
Bialecki
first.
bounce
Game
back
on.
after missing 3 match darts? It's one of those frustrating things with the game. You're a dart away, and then all of a sudden you're back to 501, and you need to find that scoring phase again, but no
140.
problems there for Bialecki.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Matt. When the 2 darts at the top, one was high and one was dragged low, I wasn't convinced he was going to reconfine that composure, but he did.
180.
This is composure and quality and class from both players. 5 treble 20s out the first 6. Make it 6 from 7.
85.
That slip to the 5 when you're playing at this level is a big, big moment, because it now means Sebastian Bialecki is going to need an extra treble. A ton now just leaves him on the 176.
76.
Key time in this key contest. Remember, the winner
50.
will go favourite to book their place in Saturday night's final, and now it is advantage Evetts in the decider.
$96.
This has to be a 140. Has he blocked the bed?
97.
Does that last dart get him out of jail, Matt?
Well, it gives him hope. That's all you want. You just want hope. You want an opportunity. He will get one opportunity, but it might just be the one opportunity.
93.
Ted Evetts completely
Sebastian
outscoring him in this one.
129.
Ted Evetts doing his job. Bialecki not up to the task, not up to the challenge. Ted Evetts
77. Ted
to
Cow,
install
56.
himself as favourite once again for this group.
It's going to be 2 at tops. Double 10 got him out of jail last time, and it gets him out of jail again. Ted Evetts comes from behind to beat Sebastian Bialecki 4 legs to 3, and he goes top of the table and is now favourite to book his place in Saturday night's final. We see the averages there. Big gulf in them, but Ted won't care about that because he is the one that has the points on the board. Coming up after the break, we're going to have Ollie Holtkamp against Steve Hine.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've just seen a top of the table clash which went back and forth, but it was Ted Evetts who won in a last leg decider, getting the better of Sebastian Bialecki by 4 legs to 3. That moves him on to 18 points in the table. Bialecki and Taylor on 6 points respectively. Next up, Steve Hine and Ollie Holtkamp in action. These two pretty much consigned to Group C on Thursday and Friday, but hoping to go into that with a little bit of form. Watching this one, it's Phil and Matt.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone. And now we have a clear leader at the top of Group A. After that last encounter, it is Ted Evetts who leads the way.
Game on.
Makes things interesting now, Matt. They have someone to chase.
It's going to be a very interesting race at the top of the table. We're going to see how that unfolds and develops throughout the day.
125.
But we go from the top of the table to the bottom of the table now. The two players both on 6 points.
97.
The first 11 fixtures, only winning 3 games apiece, but they've shown some really good signs. Steve Hine especially. I mean, even though he went down
95.
again in his opening game, he averaged 90. He has been a little bit unfortunate, you'd say, as the Muffin Man, in regards to the amount of points that he has generated so far. And
140.
you would say, potentially, could be a runner in Group C. He will be dropping into Group C, as will Ollie Holtkamp. Neither can mathematically get a Group B place now. They will be joined by Neil Mina, John O'Shea and Bradley Brooks.
54.
Two of those players just recently losing their PDC tour card. So, be quite a tasty group. But with darts like this from the Muffin Man,
85. Oliver Cars
he's
130.
going to be in contention.
100. Steve Ricard,
To be fair,
16.
I hope he is still in contention because I'm still waiting for my toffee muffin, Steve.
So he's still not delivered.
Getting shot
Well,
on
he's
the first
delivered on the
leg,
double
Steve
eight.
Hine.
Oh, he's pointing. I get it now. He's pointing at me for the double eight, and I
Second leg,
realise what
Steve
it
to
is
third
now.
first. Game on.
I've got it. So, me and Steve used to play games, and Steve used to be terrible at double eight, and I used to always
45.
play double eight because I used to say I'm the best double eight hitter in the world. And he used to be terrible, and he said I actually made him good at hitting double eight because we'd play all these games together. So I get it. It's double eight. That's what that's about.
140.
Yeah, our new position here at the MODUS Live Lounge. We had a great view of that.
137.
I mean, personally, I was hoping he was pointing at me saying, I remember the toffee muffin, Matt. I'm going to bring it to you. I can hear you. I'm going to get you the toffee.
Oh, I thought he was doing a full Cody Rhodes and
60.
pointing at you at Mania.
Steve don't want a bit of me.
100.
Do feel like Roman sat up here, actually, don't we? Huh?
77.
I think the best part of that story was Ollie Holtkamp, who was like, what's going on up there? It took me a while to figure it out, but it triggered quite quick.
Yeah, poor Ollie was just an innocent bystander in all this.
60. Steve Ricard, 82.
Now, this is Steve's favourite double. He loves a bit of tops, but that's a little bit awkward. He does have
42.
quite a flat-lying dart.
Oliver
He's got a
Ricard's
long barrel and
164.
a slim flight, which just lays the dart down quite flat.
.46. Steve Ricard, 40.
So, tops for 2-0 for the Muffin Man.
20. Oliver
That's
Ricard's
another opportunity gone.
118.
Maybe you should leave double eight more often.
Yeah, go 4 double eight, Steve. He might not get a shot, though. Holtkamp. Tops.
Getting shot on the
Beautiful
second
finish.
leg. Ollie Holtkamp.
No, he's not going to point up here, is he? He's not having a bit of that. Great finish there, though, from
Third leg, Ollie through
Holtkamp.
first. Game on.
Steve, a bit to ponder there, missing 5 darts at his favourites.
100.
I was telling some Steve Hine stories throughout the week. Do you want one, Phil?
Oh, go on then.
41.
This one's one of my favourite ones, this. So we were sharing a room together and there wasn't many sockets and it was on the other side of the room. So for Steve to get to the sockets, he had to walk down the foot of the bed.
85.
So I waited till at night time. Steve's got his phone on charge over on the sockets, and I get my
140.
suitcase and I put it in the gap between the end of the bed and the wall. And then when Steve's in bed and the lights are off, and I say, "Oh, Steve, your phone's ringing."
84.
So he hops up out of bed, runs across the room, straight over the suitcase. He's hopping around the room, holding onto his foot, going,
140.
"Suitcase, schmootcase." And then, as if that weren't funny enough, the very next night, he fell for it again.
65.
Did he get you back?
68.
Probably many a time.
167.
So it was a very back and forwards.
Bullseye. Oh
Game
my,
show
that
the
is
third leg.
absolute
Ollie Holtkamp.
magic from Ollie Holtkamp. He has produced 2 ton toppers, but that is
Both have seated
absolutely
first.
sublime. The 167, and he now leads, Matt.
His best finish of the week
59.
as well. We've seen quite a few. The 2 170s from Bialecki, the 164 from Ted, and we are ticking off the big finish bingo card here at the Super Series.
60.
This is what we've been talking about when we say that these are the 2 players that are at the bottom of the table,
60.
but they're certainly not playing like it. Both players around the 90 average here. But Steve Hine must think like maybe he's walked across a black cat, or maybe he's
57.
gone under a ladder or something on the way to the venue, because everyone seems to be hitting against him. Bialecki at that big 170 against him. He's now at
140.
167. Just can't get the wins.
Tomorrow I'm expecting a Mario Balotelli shirt from Steve.
60. $100.
Of course, pressure on this week as well, because it's the last opportunity for players to book their week at Champions Week.
44.
Players playing for £20,000 next week, Matt. And I'm expecting fireworks.
96. Steve Ricard,
It's
98.
going to be a quality week of action. Then it follows with double trouble.
66. Ole Ricard, 88.
Maybe a little bit of double trouble here for Steve Hine as well. Just 1 from 11.
Game shot
And
of the
this is
fourth
an
leg.
exhibition
Ollie
of
Holtkamp.
finishing from Ollie Holtkamp. 118, 167 and 88, all in the
Fifth leg,
minimum
Ollie
darts
goes
possible.
first. Game on.
100% on the outer ring. But that double trouble week looks to be possibly one of the best lineups we've ever seen here at the
58.
Super Series. It will be double start, double finish, the first of many special weeks to be coming here
100
to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
If you could pick a special week to have or play in, what would you pick?
59.
I do like the
43.
double start format, but I wouldn't mind seeing the old 1001, you know. I think that would change the game a bit.
The one leg 1001 shootout.
100.
Maybe best of 3. Best of 3001.
100.
But Steve Hine must be wondering what has hit him here.
96.
He took the opening leg, but since then it has been a finishing clinic from Ollie Holtkamp. Just absolutely
140.
sublime.
$140, Steve car
Just
38.
looking at him, I actually prefer his action when he is just a little bit more fluent like that.
Getting shot on the 5th leg, Steve Hine.
But Steve Hine has found one of the breaks of throw he needs. He's going to have to find another.
6th leg, Steve to throw first. Game on. $125. $100.
Both players averaging the 91s. This is a
100.
performance that replicates the week for both of them. It's a game that neither would really be able to do anything in terms of the league table from. We know that these two are now going to be playing
97.
each other for the next couple of days in a Group C campaign. The only player that could crash
45.
the party to do the busted of the Group B campaign is Jimmy Van Schie, and to do that he's going to have to win all 4 of his fixtures, and his next fixture is next against
100.
Sebastian Bialecki.
$60.
Then he takes on the 2 players at the bottom of the table, the 2 players on your stage right now, the Muffin Man Steve Hine and Ollie Holtkamp.
84.
A win for Bialecki would then seal
97.
the top half, bottom half.
120.
And all eyes would be on that race for the title. Now, can Holtkamp find Ball? He can't. So Steve Hine will be back to send us to a last leg decider if he
88.
can pin the
Steve
74.
car 74. $49.
And he's
Oliver
missed
car
the dart at
32.
the ball to do it. But now, match point, Holtkamp.
Getting shot in the
And
match, Ole Holtkamp.
Ollie Holtkamp only needs the 1 dart, pins double 16 for a 4-2 win over Steve Hine. But that match was all about those 3 legs in succession where Holtkamp went on the charge, taking out 3 huge finishes, including that mouth-watering 1-6-7. But coming up after the break, Sebastian Bialecki takes on Jimmy Van Schie.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where we completed 2 rounds worth of fixtures here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, we saw a real impressive performance from Ollie Holtkamp to get the better of Steve Hine by 4 legs to 2, hitting a 1-6-7 in the process. He had 2 ton plus checkouts in that match. His finishing was absolutely pretty much immaculate throughout the course of proceedings. Holtkamp has shown us some signs over the 3 days, still looking to find that ultra consistency. Right, let's round up everything then that's happened so far today. 6 games have gone by to buy, and as far as the leaders are concerned, it's nearly word perfect. Scott Taylor winning both of his matches. First one against Ollie Holtkamp 4-1, then beating Jimmy Van Schie in a last leg to side, but he was in all sorts of trouble in that game. But he showed some real bottle in that last leg, hitting a 108 checkout to get over the line by 4 legs to 3 of his opponent sat on 49 for the match. That was before that battle between Bialecki and Evetts. It was a game that went back and forth. In the end, it was Ted Evetts who was able to hold his nerve, winning by 4 legs to 3. Bialecki had actually kick-started proceedings with a 170, but didn't quite find that prowess in that one. Evetts taking the game out against the throw in the last leg decider. So that means it is advantage Super Ted as far as the table is concerned, because he now stretches clear by a margin of 2 points from Scott Taylor in second and Sebastian Bialecki in third place respectively. Massive gap between third and fourth. Van Schie, Holtkamp and Hine will be playing in Group C come Thursday and Friday respectively. But Ted Evetts is the man who's very much in favour at the top of the table, but Scott Taylor can put some real pressure on him now. He plays in our 7th game of the day, and he takes on, Sebastian Bialecki involved in our 7th game of the day. My apologies, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. He takes on Jimmy Van Schie in this one, and watching all of the action down in the commentating box is Matthew Edgar, who's alongside Phil Bars.
And here we go. Sebastian Bialecki back in action after a huge defeat against the league leader Ted Evetts last time out. He'll be looking to get back to winning ways and just go back level on points with Evetts, although Evetts will have a game in hand. Just try and apply some pressure on the table.
Jimmy Van Schie, it's not been the day that was promised of him after the first couple of days' action.
Game on.
It's just faltered anytime he's got his nose in front so far today, but every game is different. And he's got another opportunity here, and an opportunity to really upset
60.
the players in that top half of the table. This is Jimmy's last chance if he wants to crash the party and get himself in a Group B position. It's a long stretch for Jimmy. It's very, very likely he's going to be in Group C, but whatever there's that possibility, whatever that carrot is dangling, he will be interested.
100.
The flame may be flickering, but as long as it's still burning, Matthew, he'll have hope.
Group B is where we'll be joined by 3 further players taking part on a
81.
Thursday and Friday evening. David Evans, Stretch, will be joining us once again, who's had some success down here at the Super Series. A man who's been knocking on the door.
140.
Lee Cox once again joins us for some Group B action, and I believe a debut for a player who has just lost their PDC Tour card recently. Ross
39.
the Boss. Ross Montgomery joins us from Scotland. That's some journey, isn't it? Scotland to Portsmouth.
That's a tough Group B as well.
130.
I feel that's the thing we'll be saying all the time here now at the Super Series. The pool of players and the access to players. The players'
100.
access to
Newcastle
experience at this sort of level. There is more on the 1 to 8 these days.
Game shot on the first leg. Jimmy Van Schie.
Super stuff from Jimmy Van Schie. Takes the opener on throw. Bialecki not
Second leg,
really at the
Sebastian
races
first. Game on.
as he has been scoring wise in his last couple of games. We'll need to put that right here. Remember, he may be 2 points behind in the table, but still all to play for.
135. 140.
Just remember, if you are watching along at home and think, I could do what these guys are doing, head over to the ADC website. I'll have all the information regarding
98.
vaults and qualifiers and how to be here at the Super Series. That's the route that Jimmy Van Schie took. He was sat at home, he was asking the question, why am I not getting a chance at the Super Series? I
100.
can do what these guys are doing. Was told to go to the qualifiers, did. Won 4 tickets to be here. And now he gets to mix it up 4 times for a chance to get himself into that
126.
£20,000 week. And he's coming in just a week's time. Champions Week next week.
I often sit at home thinking, I can do that. However,
Then you get your darts out.
Sebastian
And
Carr, 142.
mind you, we had a nice little throw a couple of weeks ago in the practice room, didn't we? It was enjoyable. Give me a
88.
few little pointers.
Jimmy Carr, 161.
Jimmy Van Schie has registered one of these big finishes so far this week. It was the 150 that came on Monday.
$65. Sebastian Carr, 54.
Bialecki should be getting 2 darts here. Well, he should have. It's going to just be the 1 at double 16 for a level game.
22. Jimmy Carr, 96.
Is that a huge turning point? Can Jimmy Van Schie take out 96 for 2-0 and a break? He's going to get 2 darts at that double 18 again. He loves this area of the board. One more double 9 across the other side. And he
78.
can't take it.
Sebastian Carr, 32.
How much can he see? That looks blocked. It was
No
in.
score.
You can
Jimmy
see the
Carr,
mark on the
18.
board. The shake of the head from Sebastian. He knows. Double 4 for 2-0.
Game shot
And
of
it
the second
goes.
leg. Jimmy Van Schie.
Be interesting to see if the mark is still on the board for the double 16, because you could see
like
the
Jimmy
hole
to
that it
throw
went in,
first.
but it didn't stay.
Game on.
And so it goes. Is Sebastian Bialecki's hopes of winning this group starting to go? This is where he'd potentially be giving a
96.
game in hand to Scott Taylor and to Ted Evetts. And how the fixtures have worked out, this is another lap of fixtures where the top boys will not play each other. Scott Taylor
41.
up next against Steve Hine. Ted Evetts will follow up against Ollie Holtkamp. So there is a chance that both of those players could pick up victories. So that
58.
makes this even more crucial for Sebastian Bialecki to dig down deep and find some of that Polish fight.
100.
He lives up to his walk-on song, Fight to Survive.
$97.
Well, his nickname is actually in reference to a 2008 movie, I believe.
Disney Pixar.
100.
Yeah, I've never actually seen the film, but it's something to do with a dog.
$100.
So Bialecki needs a couple of trebles here.
You mentioned earlier dog fight. That was a
45. Jimmy
where
McCall,
I think that he's
150.
finding himself in here, but it's more within himself right now.
Yeah, his average is way down on what we've seen from him. Maybe that defeat against Ted Evetts
98.
hurt a little bit more than what he let on.
Well, that last treble was going to hurt. That last dart in hand there from Van Schie means that he should be getting 2 darts at a double here to put himself a leg away from the match.
52.
We have seen games turn around from 3-0, but it doesn't happen often. Here's one of those unlikely situations.
Game shot on the
It's a
third leg.
situation
Jimmy
that
Van Schie.
Sebastian Bialecki is going to have to try and find a way to accompany that.
Yeah, no
Fourth
wiggle
leg
room
Sebastian to throw first.
for
Game
Sebastian. It has to be perfect. Jimmy Van Schie holds all the aces right now.
58. $94.
Needs more of those. Haven't had enough 2 treble visits in this contest. Only his second 140
95.
and no maximums from him.
$117.
Favourite in this leg.
60.
Comebacks have to start somewhere.
$96.
Leaves 90 after 12. Jimmy Van Schie needs a couple of trebles to apply some pressure. A ton would get him to a finish.
100.
Down to
Sebastian
152,
McCall,
but
90.
Sebastian 90 to get a leg on the board. Bullseye for 3-1.
65.
Doesn't
Jimmy
go.
McCall, 152.
2 treble 20s, double 16 required for Van Schie. Not going to go, so Bialecki will be back. Has to make sure of the big number.
58.
We
Sebastian
saw
McCall,
earlier
25.
on, missing the big number got him into a spot of bother. Not this time, so 2 at double 8. Now double 4.
21.
And again, doubling
Jimmy
disaster for
94.
Bialecki. He's now 0 from 7. Van Schie has not made up his mind. He's gone the ball route. It's going to be 1 dart at double 16 for a huge win.
Game shot on the match.
And there
Jimmy
it
Van Schie.
goes. It is 4-0 to Jimmy Van Schie, and that is a huge shock in terms of beating Sebastian Bialecki. We can see there the look of disgust from Bialecki as he walks off the stage, and that could be it in terms of his title race. But coming up next, we're going to have Scott Taylor, who has chance to go level with Ted Evetts at the top of the table if he can get the better of Steve Hine.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jimmy Van Schie may have just put the mockers on Sebastian Bialecki's chances of making it through to Saturday night. Bialecki missing 7 darts at a double and losing out 4-0. So Schie with a 94 to win that particular match moves him on to 12 points. It keeps Bialecki on 16. It opens up the door now for Scott Taylor in our next game against Steve Hine. And watching this one down in the commentate box, it's Matthew Edgar and Phil Bars.
Scott Taylor is right up for this fixture as well. Literally the second Sebastian Bialecki left the stage, he was on there. Head down, practicing, throwing the darts. He knows this is an opportunity.
Scott to throw
And
first.
he knows it's one he doesn't want to let pass him by. But
Game on.
Steve Hine, I keep saying it, and I stand by it, could be the ultimate spoiler.
97.
After that defeat to Sebastian Bialecki, Scott Taylor will think,
97.
win here, beat Evetts, and I'm there.
It's in his
96.
hands now, and Evetts will know the same as well. That it's in their own hands. This is a position that they would both have dreamt of at the start of play today. But Steve Hine,
140.
he's going to upset the party somewhere. This isn't a player who's been playing like a man who's only sat on 6 points at the bottom of the table, winning just 3 from
126.
12. He's regularly in those high 80 averages. We've seen him touch nearly a ton at times.
95.
So Scott Taylor is going to have to be on his toes, but I think he knows the task at hand here. He was straight onto that stage, getting as many
57.
practice visits in as he could.
Yeah, he's one that looks at everything, knows the equations,
100. Scott Nicole,
what has to be done at all
125.
times. Bullseye. Oh, you just felt the way those darts were
85.
sat up in the board. It was
Supercar
begging to
69.
be hit. Happy accident leave though.
Getting shot on the first leg. Steve Hine.
There is a breaker throw. We said he had to be on his toes. He
Second
knew
leg
what he was
seems to
up
throw
against. He
first.
knew
Game
the warning signs was there. And the Muffin Man,
140.
some heavy bombs.
Almost went full Deontay Wilder bomb squad then.
131.
I was trying to think of a reference to a muffin, but it just didn't come quick enough.
100.
We don't really have the same reference throwing chocolate chips.
Not quite going to do the same damage, are they?
No,
60.
he's throwing cherry bakewells.
$100. 44.
I think he's throwing
Supercar
some quality darts here.
161.
Completely outscoring Scott Taylor, giving himself a bit of luxury of time here.
137. Yeah, currently averaging 108. Not going to lose many games with that.
137.
We could have a lap of fixtures here where all the top boys get beat. We've
He's
just
on
seen
the
one
second
get
leg,
beat
Steve
with
Hine.
Sebastian Bialecki, and Steve Hine is putting Scott Taylor right under it here. But this happened to Steve quite a bit yesterday. He was 2-0 up, 3-0 up in games. Wasn't able to get over the line.
93.
Don't think he's going to have any of those problems today. He's just looking
83.
super relaxed in that action. He does have one of those sort of very, very relaxed throws. It's one of those throws that when it's going well, just make the
135.
game look easy.
140.
He's playing so well right now. He's throwing darts like he did in 2017 when he upset one of the top players in the world, Peter Wright, at the
43.
Players' Championship finals.
Yeah, it's just amazing what happens to players when that pressure isn't on your shoulders and
140.
he will know where he's playing his darts for the next few days. So he's just going out and just getting some reps in. And this is what's happening when there's no pressure We're seeing the real Steve Hine.
60. Steve Car 138.
This is A-star Steve Hine. This is tasty.
58. Scott Car
Like one of those
170.
toffee muffins. Gonna keep going with the toffee muffin, Steve, till you give me one. But he's had one of these hit against him already today, has Steve Hine, and there's another one. What a turnaround there for Scott Taylor. He did give us a bit of a look here at the comms box, as if to say, what do I have to do here today? Steve Hine is on it. Well, that's what you got to do. Steve Hine is just walking into all these big moments. That's two 170 finishers against him today, and a 167.
92.
We're going to have to rename this place the MODUS Super Series Live Lake, the amount of big fishers we're having. It's like Fishermania.
97.
But
59.
as great as that shot was, and as big of a moment, it was a holder throw. Again, just to emphasise the point
83.
of how dominant Steve Hine was in those opening legs. But Taylor looks like he's got that bit between the teeth. He's got that
140.
snarl. He's found that level of controlled aggression.
135.
It's like Gary Anderson, and it had to get the best out of him. Just fire him up a little bit. And it's the same for Scott Taylor.
40. Steve Car 103.
Oh, he's left it again. Only get a shot though. Steve just needs the one treble to get a dart at the double. He's at his favourite tops.
83. Scott Car 170.
He couldn't, could he?
Oh, he could. Not. He could not.
46. Steve Car 20.
So to re-establish that two-leg cushion, double 10, goes his
Gains on
second
the
dart.
fourth leg. Steve Hine.
3-1 to Steve Hine. And now Scott Taylor has to be perfect.
Fifth leg. Scott to throw first. Game on.
Otherwise, going in to the next fixture, Ted Evetts could have 1 foot in Saturday night's final.
59. 93. 74.
Interesting moment there. Scott Taylor losing a dart to the floor. The way Steve Hine's playing, you need every single dart you can get.
Punished to the maximum. You said to Henry earlier that the Muffin Man
140.
could be the spoiler. And that is exactly the way it's playing out.
58.
He's been playing too well. He's been playing too well not to be in contention. And he can really spoil the party for the guys at the top of the table.
85.
He's going to be a player in Group C, is the Muffin Man. And he's had this hit against him a few times. He could retaliate.
145. Scotty Carr 143.
That would have been magical from the Muffin Man. But 1-4-3 from Taylor. Treble 17 is not going to go. So Steve Hine will be back.
91. Steve Carr 25. Getting shown the match, Steve Hine.
Absolutely sensational from the Muffin Man. An average in excess of 102. He can't win the title, but he is having his say on it. He's looking up for the averages. He wants to know how good that was. Keep looking, Steve, and there will appear. But Scott Taylor now has work to do if he's to win this. It is now all in Ted Evetts' hands, and he'll be in action next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where that man there, without even throwing a dart in the third round of matches, has it in his hands. Ted Evetts, who has just seen two of his rivals get beaten comprehensively before the break. Steve Hine with 102.5 average to beat Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 1. Taylor, whose only leg won in that game, was with a big fish finish. An incredible game there. Ted Evetts in full control of this group. He can stretch further his advantage to 4 points with just 4 points left to play for. If he can beat Ollie Holtkamp, who's put in his best performances this week against Super Ted. Let's see how this one pans out with Matthew Edgar and Phil Bars.
Got to be said, that performance of Steve Hine has been coming. The players was forewarned.
First leg, Ted, you throw first.
The Muffin Man
Game on.
arrives at the Pompey party. This now is big advantage. Ted Evetts, his two big rivals, both brushed aside. A victory here will mean that his rivals could
100.
only match him on points. The concern, though, for Ted, as he alluded to at the very start of the day, will come down to that leg difference.
137.
5 legs behind Scott Taylor. So, 2 wins will do it.
47.
If he wins here, he's pretty much there, isn't he? He's got a foot and a half in the final.
42.
We've seen things break down before, though. We've seen the player at the top be hunted.
99.
Ted does win this. Our next fixture, Sebastian Bialecki versus
98.
Scott Taylor, will be an eliminator. Loser of that will not be able to win the group, should Ted Evetts win this. So we're going to start seeing answers at last over the next couple of fixtures.
95.
It's only took us about 40 matches.
Get there in the end.
100. Ted Car 160.
Makes for a more intriguing watch, doesn't it? 38 games in, we've still got 3 players that can win the group.
$82. Orlando Car 124.
Well, judged off his last game, he'll probably get a dart at the ball. Not this time around.
56. Ted Car 78. $38. Orlando Car 68. $52. Ted Car 40.
Missed opportunity for Holtkamp, and I'm sure right now
Getting shot
the
on
rest of the
first leg.
practice
Ted
room
Evetts.
will be like, why now? Why have a meltdown on the outer ring? And
Second leg,
Evetts
all to throw first. Game on.
pins, and we saw there as he's at the table that huge exhale of breath. He knows how big this game is.
45.
The players in the practice room as well, certainly Taylor and Bialecki, who are the nearest rivals to the now Ted Evetts crown. They'll almost feel their chance has gone, and they'll tell themselves the chance has gone just to
81.
play down the hope.
$60. $99.
Again, just Evetts doing enough at the moment. Needs another treble here, Holtkamp, and finds one
131.
just to get this game back on throw because Evetts was forging a break opportunity.
Are we doing a chat with me and Henry at the end of this game? And if so, is it
97. $43. $140.
Huge visit from Ted Evetts. And he now has an opportunity for 2-0.
58.
84
84.
for Super Ted. Would be a break of throw. 14 and ball. Bullseye for 2-0.
59.
Not this time around.
Car 164.
Can Holtkamp tick off? Another one on the bingo card. Another. Bullseye. Ted shaking his head. He thinks it's going. The smirk says it all. Oh, close.
139. Ted car
He
25.
thinks he's seen it all before because that's the sort of stuff that happens out on that tour.
Game shot on the second leg. Ted Evetts.
Good composure for Ted Evetts. Puts himself halfway to the points, the crucial
Third leg,
points, the
Ted to
big
throw
game,
first. Game on.
the big lap of fixtures here, lap number 3. That could all go the way of Super Ted. He's 2 legs away from being 4 points away at the very, very top.
180.
It was interesting seeing him there shaking his head and laughing at the back of the screen. He knew. He thought it was going.
59.
We've seen a lot this week. We've seen a lot of 170s, a lot of fight backs, a lot of good darts.
140.
Yet to see the 9, and this does have the feeling of a week where a 9 darter is brewing.
93.
They're all playing well. That's the thing, that they're pushing each other. And we all know when players get pushed, they produce moments of brilliance. We've had a couple of them go back to back so far.
65. $45. Ted car 116.
Treble would have left double 18.
60.
But this time around, Holtkamp isn't in the same neighbourhood.
98. Ted car 56.
So 56 for 3-0. 2 at tops. 1 at tens.
Game shot on the
And
third
there
leg.
we
Ted
have it,
Evetts.
3-0 to Ted Evetts. He's a leg away from taking a giant stride
Fourth leg already throw first.
to Saturday night's final. And I'm sure you'll go back to the hotel and let Brad know all about it.
45.
Well, they are guaranteed to be in opposite sessions. Because even if Ted Evetts isn't to win this group, he will be in
59.
Group B, which will be the evening slot. So I think both Brad and Ted will probably be quite happy if Ted gets through, because it'll mean they could spend the mornings and the evenings together. Go down the seafront, play some arcade games, have an ice cream.
77.
Not really the best weather to be on the seafront right now, though.
Play the indoor crazy golf.
Big fan.
$180.
Ted will be a big fan of those darts. His second maximum of this game. Just keeps himself in the driver's seat.
95.
Not just of this fixture, but of this group. And one of the things we have touched upon here is the leg difference of Ted Evetts being quite significantly lower than the chasing pack. Well, if he can finish the job here and get a sizable
43.
victory, 4-0, 4-1, all of a sudden he's back in the same ballpark as those players in terms of the
59.
legs one column.
Yeah, and when we left here yesterday, that looked unlikely. You got the case that if he was going to do it, it would have had to have been on points, but the way he's playing right now, he's just putting himself into a wonderful position.
85.
He's got to think about this. Does so,
85.
comes
Ted
away.
134.
It's not going to go. So can he set it up?
94. Oliver Khan 140.
Tees up tops brilliantly. And the 140 from Holtkamp isn't going to go. So Ted Evetts is a visit away
58. Ted Khan
from a
40.
4-point lead at the top of Group A. Tops. That wasn't really close. Double five, one dart left.
30.
And that one goes missing
Oliver
as well.
Khan 82.
82 for Holtkamp to keep this contest alive. $17 for tops. He's missed a big number, Matt. Carnage.
Sloppy darts.
42.
And that might be
Ted
a
10.
costly mistake in regards to this fixture. We know his fate already is going to be in Group C, but the fate of Ted Evetts
Getting shot on the
Is
mat.
now
Ted Evetts.
firmly in his own hands. Ted Evetts has gone 4 points clear at the top of Group A with a 4-0 whitewash of Ollie Holtkamp. Ted looking around, looking for the average, and there it is, Ted, 85-89 for Super Ted. He was always in control of this one, and now his destiny is firmly in his own hands. It's only going to be a mistake that potentially cost him, but coming up after the break, another one at the top of the table, which will have a huge bearing as Sebastian Bialecki takes on Scott Taylor.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've enjoyed quite the morning here on Wednesday in Group C at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Matthew Edgar is alongside me to talk about all the action. These are the results from the 9 games that we've seen up to press. And look, following the first round of fixtures and going into the second round, we thought, right, these three are going to be playing each other off up until the end. But then the last round has caused absolute carnage.
That last round has literally virtually decided the day now. It was Steve Hine and Jimmy Van Schie who have just literally blown this group apart. But I was warning viewers of this at the very start of the day. We spoke at the top of the show about what we expect to see, and I said those players in those bottom 3 positions are going to crash the party at some point, and it's happened in lap number 3. It's all about Ted Evetts now. He's clear at the top of the table, 4 points clear. There's only 4 points left to play for, so the only way he can be caught now is on leg difference.
We'll talk about Ted Evetts in just a second, but let's begin with Sebastian Bialecki, because it was almost like an opposite tale to the last couple of days, where he's got out the track slow and got better as the day's gone along. If anything today, it's gone the other way round.
Pressure's a funny thing, isn't it? It does funny things with the mind. It changes the way in which we sort of play the games, and when the chips was down, when it mattered the most, he just wasn't able to produce that line of performance that he has so far. I don't think this is going to dent his chances, though, of getting through to Saturday night. I just don't think now it's going to be via Group A.
Most certainly, and this was the potentially the result that could have done it for Jimmy Van Schie, winning by 4-0 in that particular match. So the poll looks like it's going to be Group B for him, but of course it's all still to play for. Let's talk about Scott Taylor, and I just want to get your overall assessment of the day, because he got out of the traps okay, and look, the Steve Hine one, it's just one of those where you kind of have to shake the man's hand and say that he played better.
He did nothing wrong. Scott Taylor was up there very quick. I like that about him. It's something you always look for within a player. He got straight on the stage. He was ready to go. He looked concentrated. He played good darts, but Steve Hine, 102 average. We have been sort of wary of Steve Hine. We've been aware that he can come up and put in a big performance somewhere. Unfortunately for Scott Taylor, it was against him, but he did nothing wrong. He shouldn't walk off that stage disappointed. It was just timed to perfection for the Muffin Man.
Let's talk Ted Evetts then, shall we? He said to Phil Bars down here this morning that he needed to win 5 out of 5. That was his goal for the day. Well, he's 3/5 of the way of doing that.
He knows how to do it, doesn't he? Ted Evetts is a winner when he's at his best. He had a couple of years on the Pro Tour where he sort of had his confidence knocked a bit. He's come here to rediscover how to be a winner again. And just having that attitude at the start of the day, I'm just going to win 5 from 5. That's what winners say, and that's what winners do, and that's what he's doing here at the Super Series. So really good to see him. And I don't think we're going to see him here for long, so I think we need to enjoy him while we've got him.
What aspects of today so far have you been impressed with the most as far as Ted Evetts is concerned?
Composure. It's nothing's rattled him. People have hit him hard. It's not like he's had everything his own way. There's been games where he's been hit hard and he's just brushed it aside. It's just not landed. He's shown that experience and that quality he's got, and that is why he's top of the table, and that's why he's got the CV that he does.
Well, let's have a look then at the table with a couple of rounds of matches left to go. As you can see, Ted Evetts leading the way, now has a 4-point cushion at the top of the table. Scott Taylor and Sebastian Bialecki on 16 points. And just interesting having a look at Ted Evetts' fixtures to come. It's Steve Hine and Scott Taylor. So if you're going to give the rest of those chasing pack a little glimmer of hope, it's probably the 2 best performers today outside of Ted that he's got to play in the last 2 games.
If you want a glimmer of hope, the glimmer of hope does come in the fact of that leg difference. His leg difference is weaker than those players. If he is to lose, even if he loses 4-3, he's going to be on +7 legs. Bialecki's already on 6, Scott Taylor's on 10. So it still is to play for. If Ted Evetts loses both of his games, Bialecki or Taylor win both their games, they will jump him in the table. So that leg difference could come into a factor. I just don't see Ted losing back-to-back games.
And we've got a winner stays on game coming up next, because Sebastian Bialecki is in action against Scott Taylor. The winner will keep themselves in the race in case of a slip-up by Ted Evetts, which doesn't look likely at this particular moment in time. The loser can guarantee that they'll be back here at 9:45 tomorrow night. Right, you got some steps to make up to the commentary box, where Matt is going to join Phil Bars. Hi, Phil.
Here we go, everyone. Ted Evetts sitting top of the pile. One of these will cut the gap But it is all or nothing for either Scott Taylor or Sebastian Bialecki. One will go and keep Evetts honest. The other one will have to prepare for life in Group B. Interesting one. We've had two great games from Sebastian, but was flat in his last one.
First leg, Sebastian to throw first.
He has the darts here.
Game
Scott
on.
Taylor is going to have to find something to break the Bialecki throw.
.96.
What I'd give now for an insight into both players'
137.
thoughts and mindsets in this game. Because it will be feast or famine. And the perfect game for Ted Evetts as well.
43.
Because he'll be back in the practice room just trying to relax and be on a bit of a come down after that massive win. And having both his rivals out of the room, not being in his ear, will be a lovely feeling, Matt.
It will be, and at the same aspect though, he's guaranteed now to have someone breathing down his neck.
85.
As much as one of the players is going to disappear out of his rear view mirror, one of the players has to be within 2 points
60.
touching distance of Ted Evetts. And he does have his next game, Ted Evetts, against Steve Hine, against the darts, against Steve Hine, who's been exceptional today. So there's still quite a
100.
few
Shot the car,
questions to be
124.
answered yet here in Group A.
I'm getting
60.
drawn to one particular game, depending on the result here. But if Scott Taylor wins this one, all eyes are on game 14.
137.
Well, if Scott Taylor wins this, we'd need Steve Hine to beat Ted Evetts as well. Because if Ted Evetts is to beat Steve Hine, then there's nothing
Game
Scott
shot on the
Taylor can
first
do
leg, Scott
about it.
Taylor.
But Scott Taylor could still have it all in his own hands. That last game, that game 14, could end
Second
up
leg, Scott
being
to throw
a
first.
straight
Game on.
shootout for the top. So although it looks done on first inspections, Ted Evetts top by 4 points with just 2 fixtures to go, because of that legs
100.
difference being so heavily in the favour of Scott Taylor, this could still have another twist and turn.
85.
It's like the Big Dipper.
It wouldn't be the Super Series without an unexpected twist or turn along the way, would it?
97.
That's why we love it so much. 45 matches across Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday in order to get our table topper.
125.
And this, I've got to say it, it's probably been one of the most enjoyable Group A's
85.
I've ever seen here at the Super Series.
No, I agree. It's been right up there.
And not to forget, next week it's Champions Week, where we're probably going to get
99.
all this all over again. And then it's Double Trouble Week, the double start, double finish week. First of our special weeks with
136.
absolute stellar lineup.
Of course, none more so than Robert Thornton, the man who conquered the double-in, double-out tournament in the PDC.
96. Scott Ricard, 83.
Another
Game shot on the second leg.
beautiful
Scott
here
Taylor.
from Scott Taylor. It looks like Sebastian Bialecki may have just taken one blow too many here. But Scott
Third leg,
Taylor
Sebastian to throw first. Game
certainly
on.
up for the fight. And I suppose Scott Taylor, he knows it's in his hands because he's potentially got that game with Ted Evetts, game 14, should the results go his way. Where for Bialecki, a lot of his day would have to come
140.
from matches he's not involved in.
177.
There's just a nice little zip and a nice bit of bite in the Taylor throw right now. Sebastian's throw, you wouldn't know any
135.
different. It's just the same every time. But Taylor has this little snap when he's playing well and confident.
140.
Oh, and he's buzzing right now, Scott Taylor. This is another quality affair. Both players comfortably over the 100 average.
91. $60. Sebastian Ricard, 135.
Should use the bullseye first. If he finds the treble 20, how much of that bullseye can he see?
85.
Again,
Scott Ricard,
too much.
124.
Too much wire traffic in the way of that dart.
Came underneath the dart as well, didn't he? It was
52. Sebastian Ricard, 50.
not enough oomph to get over the equipment that was in the way. But that is a big slip. It means he's only going to get the one dart. It's going to be at the double that originally he weren't trying to leave. He was trying to go 10 per tops.
I was quite surprised by that because we've seen over the course of the last 2.5 days that he seems to prefer double 16. So I was surprised that wasn't a dart in the big 18.
83.
Maybe just a little sign of feeling a little bit edgy. Sometimes if you're a little bit edgy, you stay away from those just for the possibility of just spooning it into the treble 18.
Well,
nothing edgy about that from Bialecki. Kicks off with a max. A man that's hit 9 darters before.
85.
Here at the Super Series and in the UK Open, which will be coming up in a month's time.
The FA Cup of Darts.
Connor Scott
140.
just confirmed qualification for the UK Open. He'll be coming up in our double trouble week.
96.
That's definitely a reason to hit that subscribe button on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. You don't want to miss out on the next couple of weeks of darting action here. Going to be a
85.
quality mix of talent and up-and-coming players and names of the past and certainly names of the present.
Sebastian Ricard, 96.
Remember, keep up to date with everything at the MODUS Super Series across all social media platforms. Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok.
80. Scott Ricard, 57.
Still doesn't sound right calling it X.
I thought the same as soon as you said it.
37.
Let's go old school. We're on
Sebastian
Twitter.
Ricard, 16.
Well, Bialecki was 2-0 down and Scott Taylor was cruising.
Game shot on the
We've
fourth
now
leg.
got a level
Sebastian
game and
Bialecki.
Sebastian Bialecki will be throwing first. That's a 13 darter there to break the throw.
Fifth leg, Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
We are back all square and Scott Taylor will be kicking himself there.
180.
Because you don't want to be giving Bialecki a second opportunity.
57.
I don't think he's going to be having too much of a choice about it at the moment, the way that Bialecki is playing. It wasn't too long ago I said that a 9 darter was brewing.
180.
It's on, Matt. It's on. He's already had one on this stage. Is it going to be
97.
another?
Sebastian Ricard,
3 darts away.
141.
Can I do it?
Boom.
Ooh.
125.
Could be a 10 darter though. All jokes aside, a quality leg here from Sebastian Bialecki.
Nice little show of respect there from Scott
60.
Taylor as well in the
Sebastian
heat of
Ricard,
battle.
16.
But to lead and a possible 10 dart leg, double 8.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
I'm
Sebastian
sure it'll
Bialecki.
take a 12. But Sebastian Bialecki leads 3-2.
It took 112 as long as he
Sixth
won the leg.
Scott to
That's
throw
the
first. Game on.
most important thing at this point of the week, at this point of the table. But I think this is the
140.
ideal result for Ted Evetts as well. If Bialecki was to complete this turnaround. But it's just looking so likely.
180.
I It's a 4th maximum for Bialecki, 6 in this match.
That best recorded average we keep going on about,
25.
that's going to go.
We've spoke on many occasions this week about Bialecki's best average recorded, 105.47.
140.
Scott Taylor's just smiling as if to say, what is going on here today? He ran into 102.46 of Steve Hine in the last game,
140.
and now Bialecki on 110.
It's definitely a why is it always me moment.
58.
Thus the quality of this group so far. Bialecki already put in 3 ton-plus averages so far,
97.
and it looks heavily
Russia got
likely he's going to add to
123.
that with a 4th.
Right, 19's first for Bialecki. Treble 18 leaves the ball. Go your own way, Seb.
83. Scott Ducan,
They
99.
got there in the end. The ice cream finish will
79.
not go.
Sebastian Ducan, 40.
It may be the last darts that Scott Taylor gets to throw in this fixture. Bends the wire. Well, that could be a little bit awkward.
20. Scott Ducan, 20.
Lots of tungsten in the way there. Sort of game that you feel deserves to go all the way. And it
15.
won't.
Sebastian Ducan, 20.
So Bialecki comes back at double 10. And this time,
Game show of the match,
Bialecki
Sebastian
finds
Bialecki.
double 10. He beats Scott Taylor 4-2. The dream result for Ted Evetts, as his nearest rival is beaten by Bialecki. He looks up, averaging 102.50. Couple of missed darts in that final leg sent the average plummeting from 110, but he won't mind. It's all about the victory. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Ollie Holtkamp against Jimmy Van Schie.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, we saw Sebastian Bialecki pull a big performance out of the fire when he needed 2 modes, 102.5 average, to get the better of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 2. So Taylor is consigned to Group B. Tomorrow and Friday night, Bialecki is just about in the race. Ollie Holtkamp and Jimmy van Schie play in our 11th game of the day. Both will be playing in Group C come Thursday and Friday afternoon from 1 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel. Before we get this one underway, I just want to get the thoughts of Matt and Phil in the commentary box. Ted Evetts would have known that one of those players had been eliminated from the race. Who would he have rather been battling up against, Seb or Scott? Chaps, or yours?
Well, a good time here to
First leg, Ollie
take a
through
breather
first.
as well, because
Game on.
in regards to the game on the stage, it's non-effective in relation to the Group B or the winner possibilities. So we can dissect it a little bit
84.
and take stock of what we've seen so far. And it's now turned into one of those grab a pen moments, because it originally was quite easy, wasn't it? If Steve
45.
beat Ted, and it would have made that Scott Taylor-Ted game a straight shootout. But now Sebastian Bialecki has turned it around and won it. It's now turned into a if,
41.
if, and now it's turned into 3 potential results. So following this game, Ollie Holtkamp, Jimmy van Schie will be Steve Hine, Ted Evetts. If Steve Hine wins that
98.
game, then Sebastian Bialecki's got to beat Ollie Holtkamp. Then Scott Taylor's got to beat Ted Evetts. That's the only way Ted Evetts now does not win this group.
100.
The main thing is, though, for Ted Evetts, I don't think he's going to be too concerned to answer Henry's question in regards to who's behind him, because he knows all he
56.
needs is 1 win from 2 games and he's in.
Yeah, that's the simple equation for Ted. He knows he's got 2 trips to the stage and 1 win, and he's in Saturday night's final. That nothing
58.
else matters. His fate is firmly in his own hands, which any dart player, that's all you ever ask.
Well, he's got 3 results would have to go against him. It's that sort of penalty shootout situation, is where you've got 2 to take and 1 to
96.
potentially save. You've got 3 opportunities to get it right, and 2 of those 3, the darts are going to be in his own hands.
83.
They are, but he's playing probably one of the most in-form players in this group today in terms of numbers in Steve Hine.
125.
And then Scott Taylor,
Ollie the car,
beware the wounded
135.
animal.
Not only in regards to the
31.
statistics, but
Jimmy
also
O'Connor,
that
81.
local history that he'll have with Steve Hine. Be a tasty fixture, that one, coming up next. But this could be a tasty finish here from Jimmy
He's on
van
the first
Schie,
leg. Jimmy van Schie.
the winner in Romania recently, picking up that title. Average 93 in that
Second
final.
leg, Jimmy to throw first.
Picking himself up 90 points onto the
Game on.
WDF ranking system, picking up a silver ranked event. And I said the same to Laura yesterday, Phil. I'll say the same again. I was extremely ignorant to that WDF tour until giving it a go myself, and just because the numbers are a bit lower doesn't mean you're just going to go in there and walk through the
57.
field. It is very, very tough to prepare for those events. 600 or so players trying to share 40 boards. It's tough to find that peak performance.
119.
Have you set a rough points total that you think you're going to need?
60.
I think about 400 points will get you Lakeside.
One out of 70.
I am a little bit unfamiliar with their system still, though. It's a bit mind-boggling to work your way through it.
180.
A little bit overcomplicated.
52.
Well, there's nothing complicated about this leg from Jimmy. He's on a 10-darter here.
By that shake of the head, he can't see any of this. This is going to be a miracle dart.
He's going to literally throw it over Paul Hinks, I think, here.
16.
Got that wrong. Paul Hinks would have had a nice new earring.
He had a full set of hair before that dart.
96. Jimmy O'Carr, 16. Game shot on the second leg.
Clear
Jimmy
bed and he
Mancy.
hits it. That's the worst nightmare for a dart player, isn't it? When you can't see any of it and you just got to try
Well,
and
they go
find
into throw
some
first.
sort
Game
of
on.
angle.
I mean, looking at that through the camera compared to where it was on the
85.
stage doesn't do it justice to just how far across he had to go in order to throw that.
100.
I mean, lucky for him, he's about 7 foot tall, so he could probably just lean into normal position.
60.
But again, a good performance here from Jimmy Van Schie.
100.
Really is making a step up this year. He had quite a commitment to get here at the Super Series, not only having to go through those qualifiers,
53.
but he was playing Sunday night in Asan up on that stage. The stage I personally believe will eventually be the World Championship stage on the WF side of things.
45.
And he was up there in front of a packed house, playing in the Dutch Open pairs.
61.
Got to the final of that and then travelled over here through the night and the early hours of the morning to take the place that he has sought after and earned here at the Super Series.
140.
My knowledge of Dutch towns and cities isn't the best. Whereabouts is
100.
Asan
Give me a car.
in the Netherlands?
116.
You ruined my answer now. I was going to say in Holland. But I think you saw that one coming.
I did. I've known you long enough now, Matthew.
60.
Yeah,
Oliver
no
Carr,
idea, and I've been there
142.
myself. I've got no idea. Do you know what the capital of Holland
48.
is?
Give me a car. 56. Game shot on the third leg.
I'm
Jimmy
just looking.
Mancy.
So Asan is north of Amsterdam.
Fourth leg, Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
So that's a fair distance for him to get here.
Oh yeah, it was some commitment. It was a very much rushed job to get
92.
over here. Originally, he landed and was looking at a train, but a train wouldn't get him into Portsmouth till 5 a.m. And as we know,
140.
sleep's quite an important part of life.
Is it?
You'll find out when you have some eventually, Phil.
83.
But that is going to be his year this year. That's how busy he's going to be.
81.
He's got ambitions to play on all the various tours. He'll be heading to Hildesheim soon for the second series of PDC Challenge Tours. He's not too bad on that order of merit. That
140.
a good performance in Hildesheim could see him start to get some Pro Tour call-ups this year, which I think that would be
55.
good for him. If you're setting the goals for Jimmy this year, you'd say get some Pro Tour call-ups, get into Lakeside. That would be success. We're certainly going to see him here plenty
100.
of times at the Super Series, so you have plenty of opportunity to be playing in front of the cameras, getting ready for a year where
55. Jimmy
he
O'Connor,
may start
86.
become one of the favourites for a kart.
$70. Oliver Carr, 170.
Well, we've seen this plenty of times this week. We could see it again.
Bullseye.
123.
Not this time.
Jimmy O'Connor, 16. Game shot on the match, Jimmy Van Schie.
And there it is. It is a 4-0 whitewash for Jimmy Van Schie over Ollie Holtkamp. It's a match that he's absolutely dominated here. He's just having a look up as the players walk off. But a huge gap in the averages. 92.49 for Van Schie. A very, very good performance from him. But coming up after the break, Ted Evetts can seal his place at the top of Group A and a place in Saturday night's final as he takes on Steve Hine.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jimmy Van Schie got the better body Holtkamp in the old ADC European battle by 4-0 before the break, where now it is all about Ted Evetts. One win, and he is in to Saturday night's final. But his task is Steve Hine. And don't let the league position, as far as the Muffin Man is concerned, deter you from the quality that he has. He's been hit with haymaker after haymaker. He's had a couple of 170s, 167, 160. Basically, you name it, he's had it hit against him so far this week. But he has shown some superb stuff. And last time out, averaged in excess of 102 to defeat Scott Taylor. Tough game for Ted, but if he wins this, he is into Saturday night. Watching this one, it's Phil Bars and Matthew Edgar.
Here we go, everyone. The moment that could see Ted Evetts book his place in Saturday night's final. As he takes on Steve Hine. He knows a win here will do it. But Steve Hine was sublime in his last game. And he does have the darts here. So Evetts is going to have to be his very, very best if he's to get anything here.
Ted Evetts has got not only 2 bites at the cherry, you'd say he's got 3, because he's also got the safety net of Ollie Holtkamp against Sebastian Bialecki. Bialecki has to win that game, but you do
41.
feel Ted's going to have his hands full here with Steve Hine, a player who, as Henry very well alluded to, do not be fooled by the league table. The performances of Steve Hine have warranted so much more respect than his table position
97.
would lead you to believe. Yesterday, the second biggest average of any of
55.
the players across their 5 fixtures. He was around about the 86 mark on Monday as well. He's rose it again today, peaking at that 102 with a victory against Scott Taylor in his last fixture.
180.
This is what Ted Evetts is going to need.
98. Tedukar 164.
Sets it up brilliantly. 28 after 12 against the darts.
123. Tedukar 28.
Is that awkward? The wrong side.
14. Steve Ricard,
Well, the way
44.
the second dart bounced off the first, you'd say yes, it was awkward, and the flight getting in the way.
Getting shot on the first leg.
Ted
Steve
at the
Hine.
back of the stage knows that that was an opportunity to get the breaker throw. He's going to need at
Second
some
leg, Ted to
point
throw
here
first.
against Steve
Game on.
Hine. And the Muffin Man shows once again his big love for double 20.
First opportunity he had to
58.
break the throw has been passed up. Will he get another one?
100.
I think the danger for Ted here is Steve Hine's just really enjoying and embracing the experience. He's probably realistically coming now towards the tail end of his sort of darting career. Age
60.
not quite on his side. But he still loves the game. He's out there playing on the various tours,
81.
and he'll love opportunities like this to have a week of darts here at the Super Series in front of the cameras, playing for big prize money. So he's just enjoying it now, rather than where Ted, it's more of a continuum. And Stephen Irene
99.
last night was down the seafront playing in the arcades, a game of air hockey. Just really enjoying it. And the good thing for
123.
Steve is his partner Irene travelling with him. It does make a big, big difference when a lot of the players, what they'll do is they'll finish the games, they'll go back to the room, you sit in the room, you wait till you come out to play darts again, or you
96.
might just go out for a meal. It's almost like Steve's turning this into a bit of a mini holiday.
60.
Do you believe? Has Ted got a roommate this week as well, we believe?
I believe so. Don't know if they're
58.
exactly sharing a
Steve
room, but I know him and Bradley Brooks
137.
travelled down together.
Game shot on the
Big,
second leg.
big
2-9.
moments here. Is Group A taking another twist, Matt?
Third leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
Well, it was something we
96.
flagged up at the start of the day. Beware of this man with the muffin on the back of his shirt. He does have quality and experience.
60.
He's played on all 3 World Championship stages.
86.
Something that's quite a rare feat, actually, I believe. I can't think of many people, if any, who's played on all 3 World Championship stages. Paul Lim. That
93.
being the Circus Tavern, the Alexandra Palace and the Lakeside.
John Part and Phil Taylor.
174.
Part, Taylor, Lim. John Lowe was too late for Ali Pali, wasn't he?
Did Priestley ever play at Ali Pali?
140. Steve
He'd have
to
been-
145.
Cusp.
Please do help us out, guys. Drop us a comment to
100.
our social media channels at MSS Darts. Can you think of any dart player that has played in all 3 World Championship venues? The big iconic 3. Tavern, the
134.
Palace,
Steve to
the
45.
Lakeside.
Double 16 for 3-0.
Game shot on the third
Oh
leg.
my, what is
2-9.
happening here? Is it all unravelling? Is the pendulum swinging again? And that look on Ted Evetts'
Fourth leg,
face,
Ted
that's
to
a look
throw
of
first.
concern,
Game on.
Matt.
Well, this is only one of his 3 lives. He will still qualify should Ollie Holtkamp beat Sebastian Bialecki in the next game. But
140.
if Bialecki wins that, it all comes down to game 14, which you picked out about an hour
40.
ago. Ted Evetts against Scott Taylor. You thought that could be the deciding match. It very well could be.
$58. $59. $140.
Didn't overcomplicate things there, Ted Evetts. He knew there's
43.
nothing Steve Hine could do to leave a finish. And quite often, we do see players sort of overcomplicate things, try and leave finishes that maybe they wouldn't realistically go for. He just wanted to fill it up, and
58.
here Paul Hinks give him the big 180.
$26. Tedricar 105.
Let's see if he hits this first. It's going to be a dart double 16. And it doesn't go.
89. Steve Ricard.
Just a shout out to Jeff and everyone at Body Count in Australia watching along. I've dropped us a nice little note
45.
on Twitter.
Tedricar 16. Game shot on the fourth leg. Ted Evetts.
Ted Evetts has one back. It's only a hold of throw.
Fifth leg Steve to throw first. Game
This
on.
game still firmly in the control of Steve Hine. Another one from X. Steve Beaton.
140.
Yeah, good shout. He's surely played in all 3, hasn't he? He should have been top of our list, really, to be fair. I think he played in every venue in the world, hasn't he, Steve Beaton?
$140.
Thank you for that, Stephen. I can see why he thought Steve beaten
85.
first.
Yeah, Barney as well.
Yeah, good shout. Good shout.
140.
The
41.
the Joker has been on the message as well. John O'Shea on his way over here. Just confirming that he's played at Lakeside, Ali Pally, the Circus Tavern and the O2.
So he's played at the big three iconic
57.
World Championship stages. That was naughty, that weren't it? That was naughty.
90. Tedukar 164.
So the chance for one of the breaks Ted Evetts is going to need in this game. Another would have left the ball.
136. Steve Tedukar,
Second best prize.
145.
Unless the 145 goes, and it's not going to. So Ted Evetts will come back looking at 28 for
Tedukar,
3-2.
28.
He's digging deep here, Ted Evetts, which is a good quality.
Getting shot on the fifth
It's what
leg.
you
Ted
need to do
Evetts.
sometimes as a champion. You don't have everything your own way. That's a break of throat.
Sixth leg, Ted, you throw first.
Well,
Game
Ted
on.
Evetts, I don't think I've met too many people who have won titles who's had everything their own way, where they haven't had to face adversity or even potentially face match darts at times. And the one thing that Ted Evetts will be very well aware of, as Steve Hine was and was painting that picture and telling that story himself yesterday, that
55.
Steve Hine was racing into leads 2-0, 3-0 and throwing the games away. He will be very well aware, because Steve is one of those vocal players who wants to tell everyone his story.
100.
He'd have been in that back room saying, oh, I've thrown away another win there, another lead. And that'll just offer encouragement to Ted a day later, and that's why you've got to be careful
140.
as a player what you're saying sometimes, who's listening, who's around, what you're putting on your social media profiles, because your opponents will be looking, trying to find any little nugget of information
59.
that's going to make them feel a bit more comfortable with the situation.
60.
Another treble here.
100.
Down to a finish. This is brilliant from Evetts. From 3-0 down, he is producing.
125. Tedukar 110.
Well, for the turnaround to happen, two things needed to happen, really. Steve Hine had to come off the boil and Ted Evetts had to start finding
86.
it, and
Steve
both of
Tedukar,
those have happened here.
121.
Steve losing the light.
79.
Likelihood
Tedukar,
here that we're going to go
24.
all the way.
He's just gone off the boil, hasn't he?
Getting shot on the sixth
From
leg.
3-0
Ted Evetts.
down, Ted Evetts is now just one leg away from confirming his place and being the first player through
Seventh and
to the
final leg, Steve to
final
throw first.
Saturday night of this series before we go through to Champions Week. But Steve
140.
Hine straight back on the horse.
Game on. 140.
Well, 3 legs are nothing for Steve
180.
Hine, and he's found it all at the most crucial moment.
I've got a lovely little question here for you, Matt. I've found one. A player that has genuinely played on 4 World Championship stages.
Oh, interesting.
100.
That could be one for later on for sure. But Steve Hine potentially A 10 dart leg, it's on.
165.
He's left himself double 8 after 9. Nothing that Ted Evetts could do here in this leg. The only thing Ted Evetts could have done is hit the 9 darter. He will feel absolutely sick if this goes in.
57.
But Steve Hine's got 6 darts of which to get the job done.
Game shot.
And he does. Steve Hine has beaten the league leader, Ted Evetts. And there is another twist and turn in this Group A campaign, as the ears of Sebastian Bialecki will have just pricked up with that defeat for Evetts. There's the stats for you, the tale of the tape. Coming up after the break, Sebastian Bialecki will get his chance to apply the pressure as he takes on Ollie Holtkamp.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and as Pam would say, it's all the drama, Mick. I love it here at the Live Lounge on Wednesday, because before the break, the race for Group A glory took another twist, took another turn as Ted Evetts lost out 4-3 to Steve Hine. Right, this is what we've seen so far then today. These are the results from the matches that we have seen on our Wednesday morning session at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Now, the first game of that round of fixtures was effectively a win to stay in scenario between Sebastian Bialecki and Scott Taylor. The victor would keep themselves in the race, the loser would be eliminated. So it is Sebastian Bialecki who is still in with a fighter's chance of winning Group A, and his ears would have most certainly have pricked up after seeing that victory for Steve Hine before the break. A big game then between himself and Scott Taylor, a game that kind of had its twos and its throws throughout the duration of that particular match. Well, it started off with this: Scott Taylor racing away with proceedings, going into a 2-0 lead, pinning that 93 on the tops respectively, for then Sebastian Bialecki winning off 4 legs in a row to seal a 4-2 victory. And it puts him in position in case there is a slip-up from Ted Evetts in the last couple of rounds of matches. Right, let's have a look and see how the table occupies itself then to dot the I's, to cross the T's, and to tell you exactly what has happened. Because Ted Evetts is still top of the pile on 20 points. Sebastian Bialecki on 18. The only way he can go through is if he beats Ollie Holtkamp and Ted Evetts loses to Scott Taylor. What should be interesting as well is to have a look at that second column there. Legs difference. Because Ted Evetts and Sebastian Bialecki are level on that particular mark, which is very good news as far as the poll is concerned. He's in action up next against Ollie Holtkamp, which is why it makes it even more intriguing, because Sebastian can be the one that really can lay down the marker for Ted Evetts as he takes on Scott Taylor in his final game of the group. So Ollie Holtkamp, though, himself has had his moments this week, but let's see what happens in this one. Can Seb keep the pressure on Ted? Let's find out with Phil and Matt.
Here we go. The business end of Group A, all down to the next couple of fixtures. First of all, can Sebastian Bialecki do his part and pile the pressure onto Ted Evetts? Again, Ted will be frustrated from that last game. He found himself 3-0 down when Steve Hine was playing some majestic stuff. Forced it to a decider and then didn't turn up in that deciding leg.
He was knocking on the door as he has been throughout this
First leg
campaign.
order through first. Game on.
But he's got 3 chances, Ted Evetts. 3's now became 2. And this is one where he'll
55.
be hoping Ollie Holtkamp can get the victory, because then it will mean that he doesn't have to come up and beat Scott Taylor, which is going to be no easy task. Bialecki and Evetts, the only 2 players that can win this group, and we have come down to the final lap of fixtures. Every player playing 14 games. We're still none the wiser as who is going to win this group. Thus, the quality that we have witnessed here in Group A. The final chance to book a place in Champions Week.
137.
I'm not sure Sebastian is a deep thinker when it comes to darts and results. Do you think he's aware of the situation right now, or is he just going to be
93.
doing his thing?
I think he's aware, and the only reason I do is because every time he's come off stage after playing any form of decent performance, he's stood at the steps at the bottom of the stage waiting for the screens
96.
to move to the average slide, and he's always really interested in those stats, those averages, and certainly when he feels like it's been a decent game.
140. Over the car, 170.
So, another for the ball. Bullseye for another fish.
145. Sebastian Car, 130.
What is it about this group? It's going to be a dart double 5 for Bialecki.
120.
And that goes astray as
Over the
well.
car, 25.
That's wild. And the way that's gone in, what can he see?
Getting shot on the
That's a
first leg.
Great dart, pitched over the top. It was an awkward first dart at double 8.
Second leg,
But Ollie
Sebastian.
Holtkamp adjusted it
Game on.
superbly.
$96.
Anyway, Matt, did you work out the player that's played at 4?
$100.
I've had a tweet in on an X. Says John Lowe and Bristow
95.
played at 4 venues, but not the 4 I think you've got in mind.
No, mine are the modern ones. I know Jolly's was the first
58.
one.
Martin Adams?
100.
No. Another clue. He's played here.
Yeah, I'm none the wiser.
99.
Andy Hamilton
Yeah, good shout. Good shout.
played at Lakeside, the O2, Ali Pali, and of course the Circus Tavern.
138.
Reminder, if only Holtkamp wins this match,
100.
Ted Evetts
Sebastian
wins
Yukar,
the
72.
group. If Bialecki wins this match, he will force it into match 14, the next game. Ted
32.
Evetts would have to beat Scott
Oliver Yukar,
Taylor.
144.
The 144 is not going to go, so Bialecki will be back looking at tops for a level game.
60. Sebastian Yukar, 40.
Does he hit?
Getting shot on
Yes,
the
he
second leg.
does.
Sebastian Bialecki.
Times like this, Matt, I think we need the old camera like we have at the World Cup, where right now we have a camera on
The leg
Ted,
already through first. Game
and
on.
if Sebastian wins this, the camera goes to Sebastian while Ted's playing.
57. $100.
Sebastian will be disappointed there, the way Dart 1 was sat only to score a ton.
60.
But two trebleless visits from Holtkamp has opened the door here for Bialecki.
50. $140.
For Ollie Holtkamp, he's lost his last couple of games to nil. Not picking up a single leg, only having 3 darts at a double. In fact, he's not had many
140.
darts at a double today. Just 8 darts at a double for Ollie Holtkamp today. And yet he could be the ultimate spoiler that ruins the
100.
week for Sebastian Bialecki.
Yeah, Holtkamp down to a finish. What pressure can Bialecki put this finish under? Another one of them. Huge pressure.
Oliver Carr, 144.
Bialecki down to 71. Will he be back? Yes, he will. Should get at least 1 dart to break the Holtkamp throw.
64. Sebastian Carr, 71.
Yeah, it's a 13. Tops for 2-1. Brilliant.
Shot on the third leg.
Absolutely
Sebastian
brilliant from
Bialecki.
Bialecki. Composed under pressure. Right now, I'd love the camera
Fourth leg,
to be on
Sebastian
Ted
to throw
Evetts,
first. Game on.
because that's the breaker throw that Bialecki needs to have any hope.
Remember when they did it in the World Cup?
Still genius to this day.
Remember Michael Van Gerwen
140.
just sat laughing at Adrian Lewis, wasn't he? Always is nice to see those little different dynamics that the events
97.
bring up and pose for themselves.
This is brilliant from Bialecki, averaging a smidge under a ton, 99.98 at the moment.
85.
But we'll just round it up to be nice.
Yeah, I'll give him that.
$125.
Or just do that, Seb.
$85. Sebastian Carr, 136.
So 136 for Bialecki for a 3-1 lead. Another leaves double 8. It's in, Seb, honest. double eight. Not there, but we'll be back.
Time on his hands here, Bialecki. Good power scoring leg, leaving the double after just 12 darts.
99. Sebastian Ricard, 16.
And this to put himself a leg away from hope.
Made a bit of a mess of
Oliver
that.
Carr,
Ended up round the houses
125.
and couldn't find double two. But he will be back.
33. Sebastian Ricard,
This
4.
can go wrong quite quickly. Has to be aggressive on dart one. Brilliant.
Game shot on the
Absolutely
fourth
brilliant
leg.
from
Sebastian
Bialecki.
Bialecki.
Composed himself after darts 1 and 2. Didn't find the target and he now leads
Fifth leg Oliver
3-1.
through first. Game on.
One leg away from forcing Ted Evetts to beat Scott Taylor.
58.
Well, you did predict that it may come down to game 14, Phil, but I don't think you would have thought it would have come the
100.
way it has.
The journey's not important, it's all about the destination, Matthew.
48.
Right
58.
now, what do you think's going through the mind of Ted Evetts?
The only thing that should be going through his mind is the fact it's in his own hands and he should be preparing for that match, because essentially in the
100.
terms of what he's about to do, it's like he's about to come up and play a final. That's what it should feel like to him right now. There's nothing you can do to affect this fixture. All he's got to do is beat Scott Taylor.
136.
And I say all he's got to do. That ain't going to be no easy task the way that Scott Taylor's been playing this week.
You made that sound so easy.
100.
But he's got the advantage of throw, hasn't he? All he's got to do is go up there, hold his throw 4 times, and it's job done. It's easy to talk it, isn't it? I talk a very good game.
97.
So Bialecki is down to a manageable finish.
90. Sebastian Ricard, 110.
110 to go level on points with Evetts.
$54. Oliver Carr, 105.
He's going to get a dart double 16. And can't take
89.
it.
Sebastian Ricard,
So
56.
Bialecki will be back. 56.
2 darts at tops for Sebastian. And that
Game shot of the
completes
match,
the
Sebastian
task for
Bialecki.
Sebastian Bialecki. He needed to beat Ollie Holtkamp to have any hope of qualifying and winning this Group A. He has done his job. All he can do now is go to the back room, pour himself a glass of water and sit back and watch the next game, Ted Evetts versus Scott Taylor, to decide who is going to be winning Group A.
The Live Lounge in Portsmouth has seen some drama, hasn't it, over the last 3 days? And, well, this the most dramatic game of them all, because at the end of this battle between Ted Evetts and Scott Taylor, we will know who is going to be the first player through to Saturday night's final. That is after Sebastian Bialecki got the better of Ollie Holtkamp by 4 legs to 1 before the break. That puts him on 20 points and plus 11 legs difference. So it means Ted Evetts, with a win over Scott Taylor, will be through. However, defeat Sebastian Bialecki will be through on legs difference. Well, all to play for in this one. Scott Taylor effectively playing for another player in this one. Watching this one in the commentary box is Matthew Edgar and Phil Bars.
First leg, Ted.
Welcome back, everyone, and here we go. Everything is on the line. Ted Evetts needs to win to book his place in Saturday night's final. We were speaking around 45 minutes ago, and Matthew Edgar said he had 3 lives. Now he only has 1 left. 2 of his lives have disappeared. And now he faces Scott Taylor.
140.
And a pressure-free Scott Taylor. This could be dangerous.
I was going to say, this is not the player you want to play when you're in this situation if you're Ted Evetts, but I don't know who would be, because everyone has
95.
really produced it here in Group A and give us the ultimate amount of entertainment, but we're about to now find out who is going to be the ultimate entertainer, who's going to be coming away with that qualification place. Only 1 player will automatically book their place
140
into Saturday night, and it's going to be either Ted Evetts or Sebastian Bialecki.
96.
Both currently sat on 20 points. Bialecki on leg difference, currently in the top position. Ted Evetts just needs to get the victory here against Scott Taylor.
140. Scott Taylor, 144.
Massive visit there from Ted Evetts. He will be back for a go at the 78.
128.
But it's under pressure.
Ted Ricard, 78.
It's only going to be 1 at tops. Tops for the opener. Sensational from Evetts. He wasn't sure if it was in. He had to peer around that dart. He's literally just sent one over the top and hoped, Matt.
Second leg, Scott to through first. Game on.
Big 9 darts there for Ted. The back-to-back 140s beforehand to give himself the opportunity. And that's 1 down.
100.
3 to go for Super Ted to be the superstar here in Group A.
$140.
Scott Taylor knows his fate. He'll be back tomorrow at 9:45 p.m. for a double day of darts. Thursday and Friday, 5 players. Also an
97.
afternoon session tomorrow. So make sure you hit that subscribe button on the Super Series YouTube channel.
49.
Plenty of darting action over the next 3 days. The only day we don't bring you any
83.
darts is on the Sunday, 6 days a week here at the Super Series. And what a time to hit a maximum for Scott Taylor. One of those beauty shots where 212, 216, 220, where a maximum takes you straight to a preferable double.
I will say, however,
57. Scott Ricard, 32.
we all know of his disdain for double 16.
16.
I don't think that's going to change his mind on the double.
It may not now. Bullseye for a break.
99. Scott Ricard, 16. Getting shot on the second leg. Scott Taylor.
I think that double 8 will be pure relief for Scott Taylor.
Third leg takes you through first. Game on. $59.
Not the start to this leg that Ted Evetts would have wanted.
100.
Taylor will be disappointed there that was only a ton.
The thing is,
95.
sort of the psychology of this game now, Ted Evetts will be living every dart. He'll be feeling every treble against him. He'll be
60.
living every miss, feeling like everything's an opportunity when Scott Taylor has that trebleless visit. Where for Scott Taylor, he'll just be enjoying a game of darts. He knows his fate. He knows it's all done for him.
134.
This is a battle between Ted Evetts and Bialecki.
$59.
And after that trebleless visit at the start of this leg, Ted Evetts has bounced back well. Just checking the score.
97.
It's down to a manageable finish after 12 darts.
40. Tedricar 116.
419s leave tops. Brilliant.
Shot on the third leg.
Absolutely
Ted
brilliant
Evetts.
from Ted Evetts. Under the pressure, knowing he has to win.
Fourth leg Scots are through first.
That was brilliant.
Game on.
Absolutely brilliant, Matt.
We do get the feeling with Ted that he is trying to play that pattern of play of just hold the throat.
140.
Doesn't need to have stress and drama of trying to force the break. His fixtures have worked out well for Ted here.
93.
It is, but it's also a risky strategy because at 3-all, your opponent could produce something magical.
Oh, it's certainly something he won't plan on. Oh, I'm not going to
100.
bother against the throw. It's just one of those things that you can just almost bank as a bit of a positive.
$134. $140.
Ted Evetts currently averaging a ton in a must-win game under this pressure. Super stuff.
174.
Magic.
Scott Carr,
Absolute
121.
magic from Evetts. Bullseye
88.
for parity.
Tedricar,
It's not there.
100.
Break opportunity for Super Ted.
May go tops, tops. He obviously thought that was inviting with the lie of the first dart.
80. Scott Carr, 33.
And that was just to stay away from the treble.
$5. Tedricar,
This is the
20.
moment that Ted Evetts would have wanted. Now he's chasing. And
50.
double five
Scott
isn't
Carr,
Evetts'
28.
friend.
Well, Ted Evetts could have gone the easy road here. But he'll get
21.
another opportunity.
Tedricar, 5.
Scott Taylor looks to be running out of gas in the tank.
Drama in game 14. Is this the moment? No,
One.
it's not.
Scott Carr, 7.
Double one.
Game shot on the
Pings
fourth
it.
leg. Scott Taylor.
And Ted Evetts had multiple opportunities to break
It's
the
like
throw
Ted
and
to
give
throw
himself
first. Game on.
3 opportunities to win this group. Instead, we're at a level game. That's one of the things about the Super Series. I really do enjoy this
180.
cutthroat short format. 1 minute you're throwing a dart for 3-1 and a leg away, then you're back to level again.
93.
And after all those darts of disappointment, Evetts has started with a max.
$140.
What a response. This is from Super Ted.
85. $47.
Scott Taylor is in that really hard position where your
41.
fate's already decided and
134.
you kind of lost that adrenaline, but you're trying to draw on raw talent.
Yeah, we've seen flashes from him, but the
56.
consistent level that we've seen from Taylor isn't there at the moment.
$140.
He is down to a finish, but Evetts looking at 78 to go within one of topping Group A. Tops. Not
38.
there.
Scott O'Carr 142.
And those missed doubles will be adding up in his head.
The facial expressions there from Scott Taylor says it all.
You almost feel like this has to go early for Ted. He needs to
76.
get out of this drama.
Scott O'Carr 40.
You'll feel like he's in an episode of Coronation Street right now.
That looks inviting. Over adjusted. Is the tension getting to him?
20.
Oh my.
Scott O'Carr 66.
Is there another turn? Is it Taylor's turn to have break darts?
54.
It is, and they have
Scott
gone as
O'Carr
well.
20.
He couldn't have got any closer either there, Scott Taylor. Two well-thrown darts right on the wire. Ted Evetts gets to breathe again. He's getting opportunities here, Ted. But it's all with drama, with stress.
No score. Scott O'Carr
And he
12.
can't get over the line.
His head was in his hands. Look at him looking to the sky.
Game shown
And
the
Taylor
fifth
is
leg.
punished.
Scott Taylor.
Ted Evetts in the last two legs has had multiple opportunities to be out
Sixth
of
leg
sight
starts
in
for
this
first.
game.
Game on.
Look at him. He knows what a massive opportunity this is. Is he passing it by?
84.
Could we get the double stats put on the screen at some point this leg, please?
96. $180.
Timing is everything. And look at the percentages. 2 from 15 is the killer from Ted Evetts.
He's had his opportunities, he hasn't he? He could have
81.
been off the stage already. Out the back. Taking the congratulations. Instead, he's now in big trouble.
140.
He now needs Scott Taylor to do what he has been doing here. Ted Evetts looks resigned to his fate, and his fate would
60.
be that of a
Scott
Group B
97.
place. Sebastian Bialecki will win the group if Ted Evetts does not find the victory here.
41.
And Scott Taylor, with time on his hands, Bialecki is about to join the Scott Taylor fan club.
Evetts had 3 lives, and it looks as if
140.
he's
Scott
about
O'Carr
to lose
56.
them all. 56 for Taylor. One more at tops.
16. Ted O'Carr 124.
And it goes, is this a lifeline?
These are the sort of shots that go. When you've missed all those opportunities, a combination shot. Oh, he's not even gonna get a second dart into the combination. A poor dart for Ted. Frustration boils over. And now he's going to watch Scott Taylor throw. But Taylor's only 3 from 20 on the doubles.
40.
There is hope.
Taylor wants tops.
Game shot
Taylor
match, Scott
pins tops, beats Evetts, and in the process, Sebastian Bialecki comes from absolutely nowhere to win Group A and book his place in the final. A puff of the cheeks there from Taylor says it all. 13% from Evetts. That was his undoing, and that's what ultimately cost him the title.
Wow, what incredible drama we have seen here in Group A. It looked like it was Ted Evetts to lose after Game 9, and he went on to finish second in Group A, losing back-to-back games at the line, this time 4-2 to Scott Taylor, which has sent Sebastian Bialecki into Saturday night's final. The poll is now in to the finale. And one final game to go for us. Jimmy Van Schie against Steve Hine. Both of these players are going to be playing their darts in Group C tomorrow and Friday. It's all about giving themselves the best possible form guide going into it. Here's Phil and Matt.
Game on.
Here we go, everyone. Game 15 and the final game of Group A. And of course, congratulations to Sebastian Bialecki, who booked his place in Saturday night's final and is a step
100.
closer to Champions Week. Going back to what we
43.
saw there, Matt, how will Ted recover from this disappointment?
He would have had disappointment many times across his career. He's been around elite level darts since a teenager, so
140.
it's just a setback. It's just part of the journey. He'll know that, and ultimately he'll know that the overall destination is to be here on Saturday night playing for
98.
the place at Champions Week. So Nothing too concerning there for Ted. I think he'll be able to ride that. He'll be disappointed now, but by the time he wakes up tomorrow, he'll be more
91.
than up for the challenge. And he will be back. He'll be joining us in Group B. Our lineup for Group B is now confirmed. He'll be
100.
joining
Give
us
me a car,
alongside the man who
170.
just cost him the group there, Scott Taylor. And they will be joined by David Evans, Lee Cox and Ross Montgomery. Our Group C
134.
lineup also confirmed on our double day of darts. Neil Mina, John O'Shea, Bradley Bucks will be joining us alongside Jimmy
53.
Vansky,
Give me a car,
Ollie
36.
Holtkamp and Steve Hine.
2 fabulous groups for Thursday and Friday.
20.
If you were picking it right now, Matthew, who comes out of these groups?
Oh, I was dreading that.
I'm only here for today,
78.
so I've got to make it
Give me a
worthwhile.
car, 16.
Let's have a look at this double 8 first.
The old deflection tactic.
Pivot. Double 2.
12. Steve Car, 129.
Well, the way Steve Hine's been playing today, I wouldn't put it past him to just pick a shot like this out of nowhere. The bullseye.
Getting shot on the first leg, Steve Hine.
Mystic Matthew.
And this week's lottery numbers are 28.
Second leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
I saw them giving you just 28. You'll have to pick the rest yourself.
Anyway, going back to my original point.
Yeah, I thought we would.
180.
But Steve's on the 9 darter here, you see, Phil. I would go John O'Shea and the Muffin Man,
59.
Evetts, Taylor, Montgomery.
70.
I don't dislike.
And Bialecki.
81.
Let's go get good odds on that one, though.
60. $95.
And again, the Muffin Man, after taking out that sublime
99.
129, is in control of this leg as well. And that will hurt Jimmy as well because he was in control of leg 1.
99. Steve Car, 92. Getting shot on the
Beautiful
second leg,
finishing
Steve
here
Hine.
from Steve Hine. In fact, the last couple of games have been beautiful finishing for Steve Hine. Match number 3 when he had that
Third leg,
102
Jimmy to throw
average,
first. Game on.
beating Scott Taylor. He was 4 from 7 on the finishing. His last fixture when he was a 4-3 victor over Ted Evetts, 4 from
100.
6 on the doubles. And now he's 100%, 2 from 2.
Yeah, he's certainly grown
100.
into the week. And he's going to be a real danger heading into that Group C campaign.
I don't think he was doing anything really
95.
wrong in the opening couple of days. He was just running into them, and he was today as well. A couple of 170s
57.
against him, a 167. I think he's got a good chance, you know. I think you've got to ignore the results almost that Steve Hines had and look at the performance and say it's got to turn around at some point for him.
136.
He's got better and better as the week's gone on, and he opened with an 85-84 average on Monday.
100.
This is
Jimmy Car,
the best I've
170.
seen of Steve Hine for quite some time.
$96. $58. Jimmy Car, 74.
It's going to be a dart at tops to cut that gap. And
Getting
cut
shot
the
on
gap.
third
He
leg,
does.
Jimmy Vansky.
It's only a holder throw,
Fourth leg Steve to throw first.
but it just
Game
stops the charge from Steve Hine.
58. $43.
Be interesting. Something to keep an eye on in that Group C campaign. The more and more I
59.
look at Jimmy Van Schie's darts, they're very similar to David Evans.
You are a dart connoisseur, aren't you, Phil? You know your equipment.
100.
I do like to have a bit of a geeky look at stuff like that.
93.
So, can have a look at that tomorrow, especially when they play each other.
$56. $58. $98.
Massive last start there. Gets him down to within distance to set this one up.
81.
Not the best from there for Hine. Can Jimmy do it a little bit better?
60. Steve Car 152.
Needed another for double 16.
96.
Doesn't
Steve Car
go.
144.
Can Jimmy Van Schie takes out 144? Not this time around.
So Steve will have an opportunity at his favourite double top.
88. Steve Car 56.
16 for tops.
46.
Gone round the
Steve
houses.
Car 56.
Are we going to have a level game?
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jimmy
Yes,
Van
we
Schie.
are. 2 apiece. And probably on reflection,
Fifth leg Jimmy to throw
a fair-
first. Game on.
a fair one after the first 4 legs that Van Schie should have won the first leg, mixed 6 darts and was punished.
100.
That's where Steve wants the dart to be on
One
that
under the
bottom
net.
wire. The dart does land quite flat for the Muffin Man. Long barrel. Got his adagram on there. Slim flights. To make the
139.
dart land very flat so he can just stack on top.
108.
Well, I said there was a 9-darter brewing. I said we was bubbling and boiling and getting closer to it. And now, once again, we are 3 darts away. The Muffin Man
58.
to be the
Steve Car
9-dart man.
141.
Whoa. Boo.
30.
It's coming, I tell you, it's coming. I fancy seeing one this week. This is the group. This is the week littered with talent.
100. Steve Car 111.
Treble 17 for tops. He was on for the 9 and he might
79.
lose the leg.
Jimmy Car 104.
Describe irony in a game of darts. Well, that becomes a genuine possibility. Double 16.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Jimmy Van Schie.
It's a cruel game sometimes, isn't it? Steve Hine was on for the 9.
6th leg Steve to
and
throw
ends
first.
up losing the
Game on.
leg. A brilliant 104 finish from Jimmy Van Schie.
Hine for the 9.
140.
Didn't know you could rhyme, Phil.
Rhythm. That's what it's all about, Matt. Gangster lyrics, me.
180.
And this time it is Jimmy Van Schie who starts with a max. Could he
45.
treat us to the 9? Not this time around.
60.
He'll be disappointed. He's cut the 180 in half. No treble in that visit.
60.
Steve Hine has lost the range.
$140.
Down to a finish. Steve Hine, can he
55.
apply
Jimmy
pressure?
Carr,
The answer
121.
is no, he cannot. So 1-2-1. Went for the ball first with Hine not on a finish. 119. Treble 20 will leave tops. He's
26.
made a mess of that. Will he be made to pay for a poor setup?
64. Jimmy Carr, 95.
And doesn't find a treble.
59. Steve Carr, 137.
Tees up double 18, but will he be back? Yes, he
48.
will.
Jimmy Carr, 36.
So this time, double 18 for a 4-2 victory.
Game shot
And
on the
there
match,
we have
Jimmy
it.
Van Schie.
Jimmy Van Schie, 4-2 win over Steve Hine to complete the action in Group A. It was Hine who dominated early on in this one, but Van Schie getting back into it. 4 from 11 on the outer ring, 1 maximum from him. But Group A, all about the tussle at the top. Ted Evetts blew a golden opportunity. Congratulations to Sebastian Bialecki, who is confirmed in Saturday night's final. Super stuff from the poll. And how will Evetts react to the disappointment? We'll have to put it behind him because it is a tough Group B campaign that he has. But all eyes are now on him as we hand over to Henry and Matt.
Yeah, thank you very much, Phil. Goodness me, I tell you what a dramatic afternoon we've seen here at the Super Series. Now, we were chatting after the 9th game of the day, Matt, about Ted Evetts and that how it felt possibly this is pretty much done. It was a race that he was going to get over the line in, but we said those 2 features at the end could be difficult, proved to be that way.
We flagged it up as a possibility. It looked simple, didn't it, at that point? And we said it looks like it's done and dusted, but it was far from so. Those 2 defeats that Ted Evetts took at the end of yesterday, 4-0 and 4-1, really did put him on the back foot in terms of that leg difference category. And yeah, he just couldn't get over the line in the end. He had so many opportunities against Scott Taylor. That one's going to hurt and smart, but he'll be refreshed and ready to go tomorrow.
Well, let's round up all the drama we have seen here at the Super Series today. These are the results then from the 15 matches that we have seen. Well, it started off superbly for Ted Evetts. He said in his interview with Phil Bars before that game against Jimmy Van Schie that 5 wins from 5, he'll be through. He won his first 3 and he looked quite comfortable in 2 of those games as well. It drifted apart at the end. But that crucial game, as crucial as the end part was for Ted Evetts, was as crucial as that game 10 was between Sebastian Bialecki and Scott Taylor, because effectively the way the results went was the winner of that game would go on and win the group. It was Bialecki who won that one, and it is he who is through to Saturday night's final. Right, let's have a chat about Sebastian and a little bit more context. What did he do so right that was the key difference today?
Won his games. That's all it is. did the right things at the right times. There was nothing he did that other players didn't do. There was nothing he did that was special and stood out above everybody else, because everyone did special things. Everyone hit big stuff up here on this stage. It has been one of the most entertaining Group A's I have ever been a part of. But Sebastian Bialecki, that model of consistency, that B game level being high enough to get those wins, so when the A game comes, it really does matter. He's been so consistent, but consistently brilliant.
And as well, he had quite a fast start, didn't he, to the day? Well, this was as good as it can get as far as he's concerned, to kick the day off against Steve Hine, a big fish finish, and Steve Hine's had everything thrown at him throughout the course of this Group A campaign. But did that fast start actually just help him just to build a bit of momentum as the day went along?
Well, it put a problem right, didn't it? Because the last couple of days, game number one's been the problem match for him. He's lost that opening fixture. And it just set you up for a day in terms of you feel like you're chasing, you've got to try and find a way back into the tournament or back into play. He didn't have to do that today. He started well. He was able to keep that going. But today's the day to do that. You can get away with it on a Monday. You can get away with it on a Tuesday. You can't on a Wednesday, especially when you've got 3 big hitters at the top of the table.
And there was 3 big hitters for sure. Let's talk about Ted then. As I say, he got off to a great start. He won his opening 3 matches. Going into tomorrow, what has he got to do overnight to try and get this out of the system as quickly as he possibly can?
He'll have the answer to that. That's very subjective to the individual, and he's been around long enough. Now, when we talk about someone who's quite inexperienced, we often like, oh, well, they've got to go do this or this would benefit them. With Ted Evetts, he'll already have the answer to that. And I reckon by 5 o'clock tonight, Ted Evetts will probably already have forgot about this. He now knows he needs to come play darts tomorrow. He'll have an hour or two just to have a bit of a sulk, and then after that he'll be fine again. We always say with players, give them 10-15 minutes at the end of a game. You get over it quite quickly. There's always another darts event, the way that the calendar is now. There's always something to look forward to. You don't have to sit dwelling on it for too long, and I think Ted will be raring to go for tomorrow.
Well, there will be no time for dwelling, that is for sure. Scott Taylor, let's have a chat about him, because it feels like when he's at his best, he's putting in numbers, he's putting in performances that makes him almost unbeatable, but it's the bits in the middle that might be his undoing at times.
They're better, though. They are better than what we normally see from Scott Taylor. This is an improved Scott Taylor. I'm liking what I see. I like the qualities I'm seeing. I like the fighting determination that we're seeing in Scott Taylor. He's just got to keep doing it. Trust. We've said that a lot. Trust the process. Don't try chasing. Don't try forcing the issue. Just keep doing what he's doing and keep that dogged sort of fighting attitude rather than what we've seen before where he'll just shake his head and almost get on his own back.
Well, let's talk about Steve Hine. Now, we often talk about the fact that tables don't lie here at the Super Series, but to a certain extent, it's kind of felt like the case for Steve, because if you dissect the way he's played, he's dissect some of the numbers he put in, and some of the things he's had hit against him, if he carries on the vein of form that he's put in Group A, he's going to have more than a chance in Group C, and you fancy his chances, don't you?
He's got to get in the top 2 in a Group C campaign. There's some big hitters in that group as well. The 2 players I put through potentially, when I was talking with Phil Bars, would have ignored the fact Bradley Brooks, who's just come off the Pro Tour, would actually miss out. And that's quite a big call, because when you look at where they've been over the last couple of years, Bradley Brooks, statistically, CV-wise, and certainly form-wise, would be head and shoulders above Steve Hine, but that's not what Steve Hine's turned up here at the Super Series. We've seen Steve Hine sort of roll back the years, and this is the best Steve Hine I've seen for quite some time. And if he can just find that formula to turn these performances into wins. He's had opportunities. He's raced into leads before. He should have won all his games on Tuesday. He's going to be dangerous.
Is he growing into the week as well as the days go along? Are we seeing him get better with every passing day?
Statistically, yes. The stats back that up. And certainly in terms of the wins and the timing of things, is certainly backing that up as well. He's got a fresh start now. This is purely a practice session, so we say. And it was always going to be that case after starting so poorly on Monday. Monday is one of those things that you can't really win the group, but you can certainly lose it.
Yeah.
and we'll always get 1 or 2 players, and Steve was one of those where you say they're pretty much out of the running here. He was playing for a Group B place, but going into that Group C, he's going to be deadly.
Well, let's have a look at the final standings then in Group A. Just to confirm, that is Sebastian Bialecki, courtesy of legs difference, that's got over the line ahead of Ted Evetts in second space. Scott Taylor will be playing Group B darts tomorrow and Friday night for 9:45. Let's talk about the other 2 players then, the ADC European qualifiers, Jimmy van Schie and Ollie Holtkamp, 4th and 6th in the group respectively. We've seen enough from them both to show signs of promise. But maybe particularly with Ollie, have we not found that consistent level with them yet?
No, I was literally thinking of my answer as you was asking the question, and it was going to be Jimmy. Jimmy's the man out of the 2 at the moment who's looking the more likely, who's got the more consistency, who's certainly doing the more out on the various tours at the moment. He's got a plan. He knows what he wants for his career, and this is a career to him. This is what he wants to do. So he's taking good strides and he's doing good things here at the Super Series. He's got a little bit more in the consistency, which is why if you had to compare the 2 at the moment, you'd just side slightly in the eyes of Jimmy.
Let's have a look then at what we're going to see for the rest of the week. The tournament bracket breaks down now after 3 days' worth of play. So we know Sebastian Bialecki is going to be the first player through to Saturday night's final. Whilst we've got a few minutes, Matt, let's dissect Groups B and C together. We'll begin with Group C because you look at that. John O'Shea's just dropped off the tour. Bradley Brooks has just dropped off the tour. Neil Minier's been playing some good stuff around the circuit. So we know what Steve Hine's doing, and Jimmy and Ollie have shown in games this week that they can really put it on when it matters. That possibly is tough for Group C in a qualification week, as we may have seen.
It's going to be a group again to enjoy. That's one thing I've really done this week. Enjoy the darts. There's been a lot of stories, been a lot of games, people racing into leads and it fighting back. I feel the same here. I feel this is a very evenly matched group. Obviously, the quality standout acts are the 2 players just dropping off the tour at the moment, John O'Shea and Bradley Brooks. But sometimes it takes a bit of time to get used to this environment. They've never played in this room before. Yes, John O'Shea's played in this sort of format before, but it wasn't here in Portsmouth. So he's got a new practice room, doesn't know where the toilets are, doesn't know where the facilities are. It may take them a couple of games just to settle in. They've never thrown on this stage before, so there could be a big advantage for the players that have.
Well, let's have a dissection in a Group B, and we try and look at this group without... Well, it's almost laughable how good this group is. Ross Montgomery just dropped off the tour. BDO perennial winner. David Evans, who's had success here at the Super Series in the past. Lee Cox, who's hoping to get over the line here at some stage. Ted Evetts, Scott Taylor dropping out of Group A. I mean, good luck trying to pick 3 from 5 in that particular persuasion.
Lee Cox has been knocking on the door here at the Super Series for quite some time, but I can tell you now he's going to look at that Group B and think, really, that's what I've got to contend against? This is a Group B where someone could come in and lose all 4 games, but still produce a good standard of darts. This is going to be a very fun watch and a great way to round off a double day of darts.
Honestly, that you look at the next 2 days and we could have some good fun. Is there anything potentially we could see in terms of standards? Are we, even though we've had a load of ton plus averages, are we now expecting the next level up?
The 9.
110s, the 9s.
The 9's coming. It's boiling. It's bubbling. It's getting close. People are getting into 6. Not just once or twice, we're seeing it regular. I've seen more 100-plus averages than I think I've ever seen in a Group A before. If there's going to be a 9 in this series, well, it's got to be this week because it's the last week of the series, so I'm going to call it. We're going to see a 9 at some point over the next 3 days.
And the good news is, Mr. 9 Darter at the Super Series himself, Paul Nicholson, is going to be in commentary alongside Matt. Thank you for your company today. We'll spend a bit of time together over the next couple of days, and we'll see you for your company over the next couple of days as well. Please do join us. It's 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon on the Super Series YouTube channel for the beginning of Group C, where we've got Bradley Brooks and John O'Shea in action amongst what's going to be a high-quality, high-caliber field. And if it's anything like the drama we've seen today, it's going to be quite the watch where Sebastian Bialecki gets over the line. But boy, did he have to work for it.
Another one of those. Needs the ball.
I want to say, man, the first time was so nice, I had to do it twice.
And what a way
on
to
the
start the
first
day
leg.
for Sebastian Bialecki.
He bailed himself out a few times against Steve Hine on finishes like this, and he
Games
does
on the
so
first
once
leg.
again
Sebastian
here against Jimmy.
To double, but is that awkward? Has to lift it over the top
In
and does, and that is a
Sebastian
great dart there from
Bialecki.
Sebastian Bialecki.